Newsom, if you want to call everything to order and get on the record, board members are here.
Okay. With Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy, it is now 6 a.m. in the morning, June 9th, 2021. Board members present are Dr. Rebecca Mitchell, Dr. Debbie Mack, Dr. Lynn Krause, Dr. Brian Jolly, Dr. Roger Richmond, Mrs. Carol Rader, and Mrs. Amy Ford. And my name is Lenore Newsom, and I'm chair. Also present is our okay.
I'm hiding over here.
Okay, you're not there. John Clay Kirtley, and we have our counsel, Mr. Luke Daniel.
Thank you, Dr. Newsom. We also have, we set the date for hearings. We have Adam Jackson from the Arkansas Attorney General's office, who will be our hearing officer today. Have Faith Grigsby from who will be our court reporter. We're here today. First case is Lee Wilson. That's a few things. You've got a packet. You've got on your tablets there. You have the board's exhibits. These are exhibits provided by Mr. Wilson, and we will get into all of these shortly. And Mr. Wilson's here, who's represented by Casey Castleberry. And Mr. Jackson, I will turn it over to you.
All right. Assistant Attorney General Adam Jackson, I'm hearing officer today in the matter of Lee David Wilson, number PD 10780, case ID number 2020-128, which is to be heard before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, June 9th, 2021. Would the respondent please identify yourself for the record?
Casey Castleberry here on behalf of Lee Wilson, who's also attending here in person.
Okay. Mr. Wilson, Mr. Castleberry, welcome. Assuming that since you're here today, you received a copy of the order and notice here.
We have.
And are you ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Counsel, you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
And, you can identify yourself for the record.
Luke Daniel, General Counsel, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Thank you. For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that strict rules of evidence do not apply, and the parties will be in the latitude of introducing the evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution the parties only as necessary. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it in evidence here today. All participants in the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including deliberations, are open to the public. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, please advise me to take a break. Are there any preliminary matters that we will address?
This time, we would just ask that you take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and board rules and regulations that apply this here today.
No objection.
And would ask statement move to enter exhibits 1 through 7 at this time. I don't know if there's any objection.
No objection to state's exhibits. I've received and reviewed those, and respondent would move to introduce exhibits A, B, and C, which I, again, don't believe there are any objections to those.
I reviewed those, have no objection.
Okay, state's exhibits will be admitted, respondents' exhibits will likewise be admitted.
I'll give you a copy of his.
Yes, yes, I have. Who are going to be the witnesses here today?
We have, in addition to Mr. Wilson, we have 2 witnesses. Mr. Jackson, we have Missy Sparks, Dr. Sparks, and Macy Sturge.
And the board has investigator Cindy.
Okay. If everybody who's going to be a witness here today will raise their right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. Witnesses have been sworn. Counsel, so you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
Either side like to make an opening statement?
Just very briefly. This started, the board members, staff received a couple of complaints that, Dr. Wilson was not supervising the pharmacy while he was there by himself. And there were times he was in his office, either asleep or doing whatever. And the technicians were working out a ratio, and the technicians were, verifying prescriptions, doing other pharmacist duties. So that was investigated, and you'll hear Dr. Fine today, both of her investigation, and she'll show you some video and all of that. So let's just,
Ms. Gasper, I give the respondents the option, much like football, to either opening at the beginning or defer to start the cast.
I would like to go ahead and make an opening if that, please, board.
Go for it.
Thank you. Thank you. Again, my name is Casey Castleberry. I'm a lawyer from Batesville, and I represent Dr. Wilson in this matter. I thank you for your time and attention to this day and your service on this board. First of all, I'd like to note for the board, Dr. Wilson's neck brace. We're not here trying to elicit your sympathy. Dr. Wilson had a surgical fusion last week. Dr. Schlesinger performed. He put it off, and in our exhibits, Exhibit C is a medical record that talks about the concussion we'll get into later. It also notes in there that he had a cervical fracture, and so he put that surgery on for some time and finally had to go through it. So in case you're wondering what that's about, I want to go ahead and get that out there for the board information. The board is already aware of much of what we're going to discuss today. As you'll recall, we had an informal conference back in April where portions of the video were played for the board, and Ms. Fain, Dr. Fain, explained some of the findings of her investigation. You've seen the video, you've seen portions of the video, you've read the report. We're not here to argue about the video. We are not here to dispute that what happened on the video actually happened. I watched the April meeting again last night to refresh my recollection as to what was said and what some of the concerns were expressed by the board. And one of the things that I noted was that Dr. Wilson, his comments to you in that April meeting was very forthright in saying, yes, I did what I'm alleged to have done. I take responsibility for it. It's not the tech's fault. It's not anyone's fault, but my own. And you're going to hear that again today. You're going to hear him contritely tell you that he is not proud of what he did. He regrets it, wishes that he had made a different decision, and you would hear from him directly on that. As I mentioned before, the medical record is Exhibit C in our packet demonstrates that Dr. Wilson was suffering from a concussion. He'd fallen out of the deer stand some 18 to 20 feet, according to the medical record, broke his wrist and suffered a concussion. And we think that that is a very important aspect of this, because not only was Dr. Wilson physically impaired at the time, and looking back and discussing this and thinking through it, he's convinced that he was mentally impaired as well. He's convinced that he had been thinking clearly, he would have made a different decision than the one that he made on October 14th and October 15th. Also believe it's important to note the backdrop to everything that happened on October 14th and 15th is just inextricably intertwined with the global pandemic that we've lived through and hopefully are getting close to being finished with. Dr. Sparks, who's here today, is a licensed pharmacist who works for Well Safe Pharmacy. She was the pharmacist who was scheduled to be on duty that day, but she tested positive for COVID-19. So COVID-19 directly resulted in her not being able to work. You'll hear testimony that the other pharmacist that works basically full-time, 3 days a week, 3 days a week at Will Safe was unable to work that day. Dr. Wilson made efforts to find a relief pharmacist because he knew that he was impaired. He was unable to do so. In normal times, Dr. Wilson kind of has a hold card, if you will, kind of a fallback when everything else doesn't work. a pharmacist he can call, who can come take his place, and that's his father. Royce Wilson is also a licensed pharmacist, hasn't practiced in years, but he's maintained his licensure and is qualified and eligible, if you will, to come and take over the pharmacy. However, Royce is in his 70s and is a cancer survivor, and in October was not yet vaccinated. So he was not, because of the pandemic again, available to come and fill in. So that's a backdrop that I think can't be ignored. One of the things that I think was important in looking back at the April meeting, I think there was some confusion, if you will, and that's on us for not explaining to the board how this pharmacy normally operates. So this pharmacy is located in Southside, and it has a fairly high volume, as we discussed last time. And it's open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, and then it's also open on Saturday from 8:30 to noon. Dr. Sparks, who again is here today, and Dr. Mary Beth Duncan are both licensed pharmacists. They each work 3 days a week. They both work on Monday. Monday is the busiest day, and so there are 2 pharmacists there on Monday. The other 4 days, they switch up. They don't have a start. It's not like one works every Tuesday and Thursday, one works every Wednesday and Friday. They work with each other's schedules, but one of the 2 of them is there Tuesday through Friday. So they're both there on Monday, and then one of the 2 of them is there Tuesday through Friday. They also rotate with a 3rd pharmacist, Erin Beth Hayes, whose affidavit is in the packet, on covering the Saturday. So I just think it's important to point out that in addition to the time that Dr. Wilson is there is always, with rare exception, there's always another pharmacist at the pharmacy who is performing pharmacist duties and on duty. In the informal hearing, a couple of the board members made comments that I thought were important and are going to be, I think, a focus of our day today. Dr. Mack, you observed when looking at the way the techs were operating that it appeared to be routine, and that it looked to you as though this is something that is normally done. This is the way they normally operate. That is filling prescriptions without pharmacists involved. And that very understandably caused you concern. Dr. Krause, you mentioned, you made a very similar observation. You mentioned that the board needed to look into whether this was a pattern or, I believe you said, an extenuating circumstance, were your words. Is this a normal pattern? Is this the way it usually works at Will State Pharmacy? Or is this a one-time aberration? And so my focus on putting together the proof for you today is to demonstrate to you beyond any doubt that October 14th and 15th were, in your words, Dr. Krause, an extenuating circumstance. That is not the normal. I believe the proof that we presented to you today will show that what you saw on October 14th and 15th never happened before and has not happened since. And I think that is critical in your analysis of determining the appropriate consequence for what happened on those days. I think it's also important to note that neither Dr. Wilson nor his pharmacy have ever been subject to any disciplinary action by this board. So this is a first-time offender, if you will. And I think based upon some of the prior decisions of the board that I've read and some Arkansas cases I've read, I think that's an important consideration to take into account. Dr. Jolly had an interesting point, I thought, as well in the April hearing, and that was to note that this infraction came to the board's attention through 2 anonymous reports. It's unclear, there's 2 separate emails from 2 different email addresses. It could have been the same person. We just don't know. So either 1 or 2 persons reported this to the board. In their reports, they note that they were employed by Will State Pharmacy and were customers of Will State Pharmacy. I think the first of those is really important and goes to Dr. Jolly's point from the April meeting, and that is no employee had ever reported this prior with respect to Will State Farms here, Dr. Wilson, and no employee has reported it since. So if this is a type of pattern of conduct, if you will, that the board's concerned about, you would expect that this employee would have reported it earlier, would have reported it if it had continued following the October 14th and 15th days. Again, Dr. Wilson accepts responsibility for making a poor decision. You'll hear from him today that if he had it to do over again, he would not make the same decision that he made on October 14th and 15th of 2020. And at the end of this hearing, what we are asking from the board is simply that you be fair in considering and determining what the appropriate sanction is for this, what I consider to be an isolated, what I believe I would prove to you is an isolated transgression. Thank you.
Councilman Henderson.
The board will call investigator, Fain. Dr. Fain, looking through this briefly, looking through the exhibits, and the order notice hearing is exhibit 1. Exhibit 2, I mean, there's no issue with proof of service. So let's get on to exhibits 3 and 4. You received in, Ms. Casper is correct, the board received these on October 16th, 2020, correct?
That's correct.
And they received both that morning, they're literally a minute apart. So, and this is, so you reviewed these and then started investigation in the pharmacy based on these 2 complaints?
That's correct.
Yes. And the complaints are both similar in allegations. So they complained about doing technicians doing final checks on prescriptions, and that he was in his office sleeping while techs pretty much did his job plus theirs. That's pretty much the allegations of both of these.
Yes.
And so we'll flip over to exhibit 4. So based on these complaints, you started an investigation.
That's correct.
Will you just walk the board members through kind of your report here and what that investigation was all, or what it involved and what you found?
So the board of pharmacy issued a subpoena for surveillance into the interior of the pharmacy from the dates of October the 14th and October the 15th. October the 15th is the day that Dr. Wilson was allegedly sleeping in his office. I also talked to him. He had fallen out of the tree stand on October 9th, which was less than a week previously. And, he said that, he had an employee that was out for COVID. He was the only pharmacist on duty, and that he thought he took a 20-minute nap, and that he did authorize one of his technicians to verify prescriptions, and that they were supposed to come get him if they had a red flag alert. So we downloaded the surveillance, I brought it back to the office, and I reviewed that for the day before the complaint, the 2 days, October the 14th and October the 15th. Some of the items that I noticed was on October the 15th, he was in his office with the door shut from 12:52 until 14:47. So for right at 2 hours. During that time, there were 4 technicians. They weren't always all 4 doing tech duties, but there were times that they were all 4 doing tech duties. And the workflow is such, to make this a little easier to understand, I'd like to share I kind of drew a rough floor plan. I am not an artist, so please don't take me on that. But the very last page of your exhibits, if you all can see that now, Dr. Wilson's office is over here on the right, bottom right. And then the front counter has cash registers. Now, in front of all the cash registers is the front and the OTC section. And then the order entry counter, the filling counter, and then the medications and product are back here behind the counters. Over on the left-hand side is the verification counter. So the process would be often, I mean, this is not an absolute, but they were not open to the public during COVID. So a person will come to the drive-through, they would often drop off the prescription at the back drive-through window. So then that prescription will be brought up here to the order entry, and it would be put in a basket, and a pharmacy technician or pharmacist, but usually a pharmacy technician, would enter the data entry into the computer. Then they would put the label that printed out into a basket and pass it back to the filling counter. And then after it had been filled, they had a couple of icons. Then it would come over here to the left to the verification counter. And then they would, after it had been verified, it would pass off to the first drive-through window to the person dropping it off. Or if that person wasn't there, they would put it in the will call section, which is right by the first drive-through window. So that's the typical workflow. Some other things I observed were like, if it was a waiter, I think it was in a red basket. If the person was not picking it up at that moment, it was in a green basket. So sometimes it's really easy to see the workflow when they have a red basket, because that's atypical. I think I made a spreadsheet of which camera angles, because we have 14 different camera angles. And so primarily I used 3 different camera angles to show the workflow and to show the fact that, you know, when he entered the office and when he came out of the office. And that is also in your exhibits.
It's in 5.
Okay. Exhibit 5. And yeah. So this one is on October the 14th, which is a Thursday, and he is the only pharmacist on duty. At 12:38, he goes into his office. This is not the day that he takes the nap. You know, he never shut the door, but he goes into the office and he stays in the office for close to an hour. He came out at one point for 2 minutes to fix a drawer. During the time that he's in his office, there are some workflows. For example, at 13:06, I have one technician inputting the prescription, scanning it and printing the label and filled it. And the other 3 technicians are doing returns to stock. They're filling other prescriptions and they're verifying. So at that point, we definitely have 4 technicians performing tech duties with really no pharmacist. I mean, he's in his office, but he is not watching them. He comes back out of his office at 13:37. Again, at 15:46 or 3:46, I can observe a red basket in it. It's input by one technician, it's filled by a second technician, verified by a third technician, and sold by the first technician. Dr. Wilson is in the pharmacy at that point, but he's at the rear drive-through window talking to a customer. He is not involved at any point with any of the verification process. Would you like me to show you videos at this point, or do you want me to go on to do a synopsis of October 15th?
Let's show just a couple, maybe a quick segments. We don't have to show it all. I know.
Okay.
Mr. Casper has already said, I don't think there's any issue with the video or disputing anything on it. So we can just maybe one quick video that you can all through.
Yeah, I'm working on that. Hang on. Jennifer, I can't see the maximize. Is there one move that? So, I'll just set that out. Okay, let me find the right time real quick and then I'll. So this is while he's in his office at 13:06. I'm gonna speed it up to 2 times.
And just real quick, while you're doing that, right here, you can easily see for other people And they are technicians.
These are technicians, so all of them are technicians, and let's see if I can actually move this for just a second. Speed this up just a little bit.
And at this point, he's in his office.
He is in his office, and I can show that for different surveillance if you prefer.
That's
So
fine.
you-
Actually, the fifth person is just walking.
Okay, so you see the red basket that just came in? That, came in from the back window. So technician number one is inputting the prescription, well, on the back side. All of the people in this image at this point, they are all technicians, licensed technicians. The one over. So the one that's over by the drive-through window is been returned to SOC, which is the technician duty. She is, right now, not this moment, but in a second, she'll be filling a prescription. And then it's gonna be verified by the person that's standing next to her right here.
This is on the 14th, correct?
This is on the 14th. Right back in real time, I'm gonna put it back on 2 times, sorry. Try to expedite this.
So we're watching that technician in the middle of the red basket.
We are watching that red basket right there. Now she's going back to the back counter and she's gonna fill in the prescription. So now it's being filled with icon of double counted. Now it's going over to the back wall for verification. And now it's on the wall. And go to the rest.
Because that was a prescription from start to finish. Bringing into account the pharmacist involvement, correct?
That's correct. I mean, I have some other video that would show exactly the same thing from that day, but I'd rather go on to, October 15th. So On the second page, this is a two-page document.
And just for the board, there was go back to the file. Second page.
So at 12:52, Dr. Wilson goes to his office, the door shuts. There's a couple of times that his wife and daughter go in and talk to him or bring him medication, they may be with him. Observe some poor hygiene issues. I mean, it's just of note. It's not, they're eating at the counter where they're filling prescriptions. And when they count the pills with the icon, they're using their hands to spread the medication out for a clearer picture. They're not wearing gloves. There are some occasions where Dr. Wilson's children are in the pharmacy and the daughter, who appears to be, I don't know, 7 or 8 years old, she's taking the label off of the printer and putting it in a basket and handing it back to the pharmacist. I mean, to the pharmacy technician on the counter behind her. And then there's another point where the son, who appears to be approximately 12 years old, he is up at the front drive-through window and he is scanning, or he's up at actually the register counter, and he's scanning. They've already been verified, but he's scanning them into the point of sale system so that they can tell when they've been picked up. And he's using somebody's passcode. He's got a piece of paper and he's, running it in front of the computer to show that it's being scanned into the point of sale. And I don't know whose identification he's using for that. There are, at 14:23, I observed one of the technicians who was returning to stock, and she's putting medications back in the stock bottle. There's no pharmacist oversight on that. There's no barcode checking at that point. She did also replenish the Parada, but that is a barcode system. I feel a little more comfortable with that. But return to stock, it's, we don't recommend putting medications back in the stock bottle because of potential errors. Dr. Wilson comes out of his office at 2:47 or 14:47. But even when he's out, there are instances where they bypass him completely, and even when he's in the pharmacy, he never is a part of that system. Let me go back to, let's go to the video again, and I'm going to show you one more video. And then you can ask for any video you want. I can show you any of those.
Well, you're pulling it up on this question. When you mentioned this red flag alert, that's when, I guess, he told the technicians to get in on the red flag alert. What is that?
I can answer for him, but my assumption would be like a drug interaction that was, significant.
Something that came up and like flagged over you.
Yes.
So otherwise, technicians were going to start to finish on the prescription stuff on
That's
the
correct.
ball.
That's correct. All right, so, so here I have, a technician and her daughter filling a prescription. The young daughter's going to pass that off to, it's on that. Great. Inside. You gotta love technology. It's either. So the pharmacy technician and her daughter filled prescription. Or inputting prescription.
And you said, daughter, this is, Dr. Wilson's wife.
Yes. So you have a technician here that's filling prescription. You've got a technician back on that camera that's verifying. And you have another technician that's filming right here. So you have 4 people that are doing tech duties. This young lady up here at the front appears to only be doing cashier duties. She seems to be really not a cashier. So there are 4 technicians performing tech duties at this point. But
There's another graph in the top right of the screen behind the shelves, correct?
correct. Right underneath the date stamp. You can't see it from this angle. I can show it to you from other angles. So that is what I have for more that. I don't think I have any other comments at this point.
What about, let me ask you this, what about, there was, and I'm going back to the order notices here. And, going through the allegations here, I mean, you know, most of them have been, I mean, you've gone over, you recorded the video, I mean, he stated about having a head injury. You were, and looking at A6, at least 2 days, there were numerous prescriptions filled in the dispensed without any pharmacist involved. Is that correct?
That's correct. I mean, and I reviewed, probably, I reviewed all hours that the business was open for those 2 days. And I only observed Dr. Wilson go to the drive-through window 6 times, I think, on the first day and 4 times on the second day. And he fills about 300 prescriptions a day. And I don't have the exact numbers on which ones were new prescriptions, but he would have only counseled on 6 times on one day and 4 times on the other.
Yeah, those are allegations, well, 13, or so, October 14th, 6 times, October 15th. Okay, and there was also, you can obviously see in the video, looking at allegation 7, there's obviously outside of our technician ratio, permanent
Yes.
ratio. And it also shows, looking at A8 on the video surveillance, for almost 2 hours, October 15th, he was in his office with the door closed.
That's correct.
And pharmacy technicians continue to fill, verify, and dismiss prescriptions.
Yes.
And there was also non-licensed people performing technician duties, mainly as children.
That's correct.
And even when, and there was during this time, there were, I mean, a lot of times when he was in the pharmacy, you can see him sitting at the counter, doing whatever, but even during that time, the majority of the prescription being verified by pharmacy technicians.
That's correct.
And you just said, he filled approximately 300 a day.
Correct. That's well, and I don't know if you filled on those days, but
Yeah, that's just average.
I asked for an average in my last inspection, I was told 300 a day.
And you talked about stock medications being returned to their actual original container.
Correct.
What about, and I'm looking at A18, what about video surveillance shows pharmacy technicians counsel patients? So then you said he only counseled 4 to 6 or 10 patients in 2 days.
That's correct.
So there were times that, I mean, it would just be, I mean, there were just times that the patients would have to be counseled during the day that he was not involved in.
I do not have any specific documentation to prove that allegation.
But there was, I mean, we're averaging 300 a day, so, and you saw him go to the window 4 times one day, 6 times the other day.
That is correct.
And also looking at the last allegation 19, she was processing, or there was a technician of that pharmacist oversight using barcode technology, processing return stocks.
She was using barcode technology to return or to restock the product. I did not see any barcode technology being used to return to stock and put it back in the stock bottle.
Okay, but she was using that, and then she was taking those tablets, some of them put in the back of stock bottles.
Yes, I mean, there was even a couple times that there was like a pill beside the counter, I mean, like beside the computer, and she'd pick it up and she'd look at it, and I did try to identify it. Like one time she went over and talked to another pharmacy technician, And I presumably discussing the cover, because the other technician also took it in their hands and looked at it. Then they go get a stock bottle off the shelf, and they look inside of it, and one of the technicians puts the pill back in the bottle and it's back on the shelf.
There were times when I'm looking at, I was in your notes, what your exhibit 4, I'm looking at the second page under October 15th. We're down at the bottom, it says Allison Golf appeared to be taking a new order over the phone. So she was taking what appeared to be called in prescriptions.
It looked like it to me. You know, there were a couple of, the camera scene is right over her workstation. And she picked a blank prescription and it looked like the format, writing the patient's name, then writing the doctor or whoever called it is, and then writing the drug name and another line, which is, you know, pretty, you know, and it looked like she's taking a new order. Then that piece of paper would go up to the front counter, it would be scanned, and it would be input. But I could not tell you if it was a refill or if it was a new order. There was another time that I watched her and she turned the paper sideways and then she just wrote line by line by line. And to me, that was somebody calling me multiple refills. It was easy for me to, you know, I couldn't read the numbers, but it looked like the format of somebody who was writing down some refill requests. That document wasn't scanned, but the other two prescriptions, or what I assume were prescriptions, they were scanned and some input. I watched the process of from the phone to the paper to the front counter to be scanned and input. So it appeared to be a prescription.
Mr. Jackson, I have a further question about that, please.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Ms. Payne, you told us a lot about your investigation. We looked at the video from October 14th and 15th of 2020. In the course of your investigation, did you come across any evidence that the violations that you observed on October 14th and 15th had occurred at any time prior to or after those dates?
No.
In the course and scope of your employment with the State Board of Pharmacy, do you regularly inspect pharmacies?
Yes.
Do you recall when the last time you had inspected Wilsay was prior to October 14th, 2020?
It was within the 6 months prior to that. I don't remember the date.
Do you, have you had an occasion to review your report from that inspection prior to this hearing?
No.
Do you recall whether you had any findings in that inspection of violations?
I don't recall. I could pull that up if I needed to, but I don't recall.
Okay. Is that something that you would have looked back to when you started this investigation to say, hey, well, what did I see last time I went to this pharmacy? But as we sit here today, you don't recall any violations from that previous inspection.
Not specifically.
We've talked about the tech to pharmacist ratio of 3 to 1. Isn't it true that you can have more than 3 techs on duty at the same time, so long as they're not performing tech duties?
Yes, and that's why I wrote down what they did at the time that I was watching.
So if, for example, one of the techs is running the cash register, that's not a technician duty, correct?
That's correct.
So if you had 4 techs, but one's running the cash register, the other 3 are performing tech duties, assuming you have appropriate pharmacist oversight, that would be in compliance with the rules.
That would,
The videos that you reviewed, do they have any audio?
no,
So when you testified earlier about what you presumed to be taking place during a phone call, for example, that's taken some speculation on your part. Would you agree?
I would agree.
And you were just talking about, I believe you said Allison Golf was taking prescriptions over the phone, at least that's what it appeared to you.
That's what it appeared to me.
Would it surprise you to know that Allison Golf was not working either of those 2 days?
It is my understanding that I may not have identified all the technicians appropriately. I did not get their names, you know, at the time, and I don't have a picture other than their original application. So it's possible that I misidentified, but that person still performed the tech, or appeared to take a prescription.
Wouldn't you agree with me that that illustrates that in order for you to interpret these videos require a little guesswork on your part?
A certain amount.
you had talked about there being two windows at this pharmacy. And I believe in the video, one of the windows would be to the right on our screen, out of the view of that camera. Is that correct?
Out of that particular view that I showed, yes,
Right. There's another camera that would show that, correct?
that is correct.
Do you know whether that window on the right has a cash register at it?
It does.
So it's possible to pick up a prescription at either of those two windows, correct?
That's correct.
And so you would expect that counseling of a customer or patient can take place at either of those two windows, correct?
Right. And I did look at both windows whenever
Where you made the count.
I made the count.
We talked about Dr. Wilson's children being at the pharmacy. And I believe in one of the allegations, it's alleged that there were non-technicians performing tech duties. Is that referring to the children?
Yes.
Do you recall specifically what the children were doing that constituted tech duties?
It's not, the board will have to determine whether they feel like this is a tech duty, but it is my position that scanning a verified prescription into the point of sale is a tech duty. It's, you know, and then taking the label and putting it in a basket and passing it back to the technician, you know, to fill, that could be perceived as tech duty to handling the label.
Do you have a problem with the children performing non-tech duties?
I don't think it's always wise to have your children in the pharmacy. You know, I'll be the first to say that I've taken my kids to work with me before, but it was when, you know, I had offside room and I put them watching videos or, you know, that sort of thing. And so there's nothing illegal about having their children in the pharmacy. I just don't think they should be involved in the filling process.
No further questions.
Board have questions for this witness?
As a point of clarification, what day was the injury?
It was on October the 9th, is my understanding, which was the Friday before the Thursday and Friday that the allegations.
Okay. And
And
then,
I would just ask board members, remember to speak up.
oh, I'm sorry.
The microphone on the back.
Do we know if Dr. Wilson worked on the 12th or the 13th? Should have been a Monday, Tuesday.
I do not know. I picked the 14th and 15th because those were the days that I know we worked alone. It's my understanding that there was another pharmacist present on the Monday through Wednesday.
Any other questions? Since there are questions or reheard,
Just very briefly. Dr. Fine, how long have you been in this sector?
23 years,
And so you've been in Arkansas how long?
3 years.
And then you were, before that, you were at the Oklahoma board.
That is correct.
So 23 years in inspection and in compliance.
Yes,
And you worked as a pharmacist before that.
I did.
So you've done hundreds, if not thousands of inspections over those years.
Yes.
Thousands. And so you use that, you use your expertise in that to look at those videos and say, this is what's going on.
That is correct.
And regardless of the name of the PT, it appeared to you, in your opinion, that this person was taking prescriptions on the phone and all these technicians were doing the duties that it appeared to you that they're doing on the video.
Yes.
Madam Clerk.
all right. Council have, any responses?
The board has nothing further this time that would pass to, Mr. Casper.
All right, but this may be excused. Council, you may proceed.
Call Lee Wilson, a first witness.
You may proceed.
Well, you heard the testimony from Dr. Pike this morning. First and foremost, do you dispute the allegations that are made against you that on October 14th and 15th, you allowed and directed pharmacy techs to fill prescriptions without your oversight? No, I do not. Let's tell the board a little bit about the circumstances of that day. First of all, why was it you were working that day?
Because I had a pharmacist that had COVID that could not make it work.
When I say why were you working, why were you the only pharmacist on duty on that?
Why I was on work there.
And do you typically have a pharmacist in addition to yourself on duty?
Always, well, not always, but I want to look back through the past years. Logbook. And I believe there were 3.5 days I worked alone, but 3 of them were due to COVID. So half a day or a time I worked.
You heard me in my opening statement, trying to give a summary for the board about how your pharmacy typically operates. And so you have 2 pharmacists that each work 3 days a week, and then a third pharmacist that rotates with those other 2 on the weekends. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
If you would tell the board just briefly how that works, how many divide that out?
Well, I've got them both for 3 days a week. So they both work on Monday, and then I let them kind of choose when they want to work for the rest of the week. But I always have another pharmacist there. There's always a pharmacist there, but I let them choose because of school events with their children. So if one has an event, you know, it's like, well, can you take Tuesday because I'm gonna be at this Wednesday. But it's always staffed.
How many techs do you fill? Yeah.
Gonna say 4.
Do your techs know that there should not be more than 3 performing tech duties with 1 pharmacist at any time?
Yes.
And as your pharmacy typically operates, is that consistent with that rule?
Typically, yes, it's consistent.
Let's go back to October 14th. Find out that Missy is not going to be able to come in because she has COVID. What do?
Well, I try to call people because I didn't feel like I would be able to work. I tried to call a couple of people, I had no success, but everybody was still in relief everywhere because of COVID. So I was unable to find anybody, and somehow I talked myself into that I could make it.
And when you got there that day, how long was it before you realized you probably weren't going to be able to put it?
Not very long. It's right there. Fatigue just overwhelmed me. I don't know, no problem.
We told the board in the opening statement that you suffered a concussion after falling out of the wheelchair. Is that right?
Correct.
And we provided a medical record to Exhibit C to show that you did in fact suffer a concussion.
Yes, sir.
And just for the board members, just for the paper handout.
Exhibit C, the last 3 pages of that handout. That appeared to occur, I think, Dr. Mitchell had asked when that was. Looks like that was on October 2nd, is that right? So don't sure, okay, if the record says October 2nd, then you have no reason to disagree.
No, I have no reason to disagree with it.
So that was almost 2 weeks before the incident that we're talking about here, correct?
Yes.
but you were still, you were still suffering from the concussion at that point. In my opening, I also mentioned that you feel looking back that maybe you weren't cognitively at yourself on October 14th. Do you think that's right?
Yes.
So you think, let's ask it this way, if you were put in that same position again and were able to think clearly, would you make the same decision?
I would close the store. I don't put my patients at risk. It's the last thing I want to do. They are important to me. They're my family. Go out and kind for them. They're coming home from Little Rock because they've been in the emergency room. I go out and make house calls. They show up at my front door. And they bring everything. If I had to live with one of them, something bad happened to one of them, I don't think I can deal with that. But yes, I would do things different.
Fortunately, there were no med errors those 2 days ago, correct?
Correct.
Have you ever been the subject of any disciplinary action by this board before?
That's right.
How long have you been a licensed pharmacist?
It'll be, since graduate 2008, 13 years, 12, 14 years. Okay, 14 years, 12.
How long have Dr. Doug and Dr. Sparkle?
5+ years.
We look back and I think we came up with 2015 is when they started this. Is that right?
Yes,
And since that time, they've been working that schedule that you talked about earlier.
yes, that's the way I hired them, and that's the way it stayed.
As you heard me also say in the opening, several of the board members at our April meeting expressed concern about their perception that this has been, what they've seen on October 14th and 15th is kind of normal practice for your pharmacy. Is that right?
No, sir, it's not.
Have you ever allowed your techs to fill prescriptions in the way that they observe on October 14th?
Fill prescriptions. I mean, they can fill prescriptions, but they can't verify them. So no, that has never happened.
Never happened before or since.
No, sir.
There was concern raised about some hygiene, bad hygiene that was observed. Since receiving this report, have you made efforts to see that that's taken care of and that folks wash their hands more frequently?
Yes, I was a little disappointed in that, but they have whatever Germax at every counter.
In any prior inspection, well, I asked Dr. Fain whether she had cited you for any violations in the previous inspection. Do you recall when you were cited for any violations in that inspection?
I don't think I was cited. I had mentioned something about my immunization protocol, and I hadn't got it updated because I didn't want to go to the doctor. Get the signature from him, because I was waiting on the testing about COVID. Hopefully that the COVID testing was going to be able to be through the pharmacy, and I didn't know if I needed a signature from the doctor to be able to perform that test. So I was 2 or 3 weeks late, I believe. And she visited. I tried to look about it, or find some information. Didn't see where it was coming, so I just went ahead and had the doctor sign me in it. At that time, I took pictures and sent them. That's fine.
So Dr. Fain raised some concerns about your immunization protocol. Apparently, you need a doctor to sign off on. And you took care of that. And that was the only concern that you raised.
Yes.
Was there an issue raised, did anyone raise the specter of substance abuse or substance use by you or your technicians? Did anyone say, are you on any controlled substance?
Well, that was a concern of the board. I don't know how it works, but, you know, when she came in, she said something about substance abuse, of course. That scares every pharmacist to death. So I went out and got a drug test as fast as I could find somebody that would do for coming to trial or whatever, you know, willing to testify in whatever venue we had. I believe it was 2 days. Because the first one declined. I found somebody who-
So we provided the board in our exhibit B, a copy of the drug test results. Is that something you just did of your own initiative after that concern being raised?
Yes, sir.
And well, yours is one of the last ones in here, it's the second to last. Shows positive for TCA and positive for benzo. We'll start with the second one. The benzo, what is that?
That is Dave, the plan.
And I'm not a pharmacist like everybody else is, so what's that called?
It's a nerve pill. Probably.
And then there's also, okay, see, right, also a positive for TCA, you know what that is?
Being for my general anxiety pill, which is paroxetine, but it actually stands for tricyclic antidepressant. But Ms. Steele sent me a thing about false positives. It's on my phone. I meant to send it to you.
You weren't really sure why the TCA should show.
No, and it shows on 2 others as well.
Yeah, I think it shows on about 3 or 4 others.
Well, in there, that's a pill on SSRI, so I'm a little perplexed as to why it says TCA.
Okay. But it doesn't show any positive test for any narcotic or any drug. So,
As far as I'm concerned, of course, they have different views.
before I pass, is there anything else that you want to say, Lee, that I've not brought up in your examination?
No, but I just want to make sure that y'all understand that these people, they trusted me with their life. And I don't take that lightly. It's hard for me to even think about if something would happen. You know, I lost one of my customers last night. It still hurts, but I just made the wrong decision due to experience. Made the wrong decision. What it was. I wish I could take it back, but I can't. I'm just very fortunate that someone did the hospital or worse.
Thank you, pass it with us.
Examination. Let's just get back into this. One of the most recent things y'all talked about was the drug test where you tested positive for TCA. I'm looking at the medical records that Mr. Casper provided on page 2 of 3 to 3 bottom, where it says start flexible. So is this something that they prescribed you that day, or is this something you already taken? Yes, the very bottom under number 4, where it says others, it says start flexible tablet. So did you start taking that? Did you fill a prescription for Flexeril?
I think I did, but you can.
Because it's, I mean, it would explain the TCA.
Well, yes, it would, but histamines also are false positive, and I take Claritin today every day so I can breathe.
And you don't remember if you got the flex or real. This wasn't something you,
I don't honestly.
this wasn't something you took before. If they recommended it that day, you would do something new.
It would have been, yes, sir.
And, on the benzodiazepine that was on the drug test, you were taking diazepam, so that's why that was.
Yes.
This was something you were taking before, or were you started taking it because of this? Was this something you were taking before, or you started taking it because of this incident?
Flex real.
No, diazepam.
No, I was taking it before.
Okay. Those are okay. And, you failed, according to these medical records, this is on October the 2nd, right? I mean,
Yes,
if the medical records say October the 2nd, that's the day you failed.
yes, sir.
And had you worked between October the 2nd and October 14th at all in the pharmacy?
I don't think so, because I was trying to let myself heal, because I didn't feel about myself.
And I'm looking at, on the medical records, it does state concussion. And that was on October the 2nd, so there would there still be issues from a concussion 12 days later?
I'm not a medical doctor.
But you didn't, but the first time you worked was 12 days after this fall.
Yes.
And you admit that you were physically impaired that day, possibly mentally impaired due to the concussion, but you were physically impaired at least.
Yes. I'm physically and mentally impaired.
And I guess the physical was the neck surgery due to this incident.
Actually, it was a broke hand. I mean, I'm sure it aggravated this, but
But you had that neck injury previously.
yes,
I believe I believe you got hurt working on the farm or something.
yes. That was hand off the bulldozer.
And so would you say mainly the physical was an arm, or I guess you broke a wrist, fracture?
In my rib.
When did you, so all of this was based on the 14th and 15th. When did you start coming back to work full time after that? Or when did you start working again in the pharmacy after 15? Do you continue to work, or do you take some time off?
I believe I took some time off. Go back and look at the well.
And how long was your pharmacist out? I guess she would have been out 10, 14 days, at least at that point, 14 days probably.
I'm gonna say yes.
That was just kind of
Yeah, that was the time going.
right there, 14 days.
Unless you were the one to test positive, and then you went 10 days. So.
And so I guess did anybody else, when she tested positive, did anybody else in the pharmacy, have to quarantine? Did you work with her, or, other staff? So nobody else quarantined?
No.
Not that you recall,
I mean, not that I
like I
recall.
said, I know this was a while back.
Just like to get that accurate as possible for the record.
You don't really remember when you went back to work after 15?
I had to let my hand heal and my wrist because it was a turning motion.
Yeah, a rib injury is really not a lot you can do, you just have to kind of wait it out, but.
Correct.
Another further thing, Mr. Chair.
Any questions from the board?
So in the observation of the video, it does seem that the technicians were really just, they knew those workflows and they were just flowing in and had those processes in place, particularly because you did have that second verification, which is from the technician and not the pharmacist. So that kind of is contradicting, this is the first time and the only time that process has been in place, although we don't have any firm data to support either way. So my question is, and also with the testimony around the concussion and some cognitive concerns at the time, do you remember, or did you give the instructions explicitly to the technician, this is the exact process I want you to follow. Did the technician see your compromised state and wanted to rest or recuperate from your injury and took initiative to still take care of patients while you were, talk to me about that process or how we got to the point where the technician decided that, or not decided that this was the process that was utilized those 2 days.
Okay, as far as the workflow goes, everything that you saw besides the final check, they normally do. From data entry to filling the prescriptions, to that, to helping out at the windows. Pretty much every other duty in the pharmacy, besides the verification. The verification takes a scan of the barcode and then those days I told them, I didn't really give them an option, unfortunately. I found out later, you know, I don't believe you're here for the first meeting. I gave them a different PIN code than my normal. I had literally changed it, so I gave the technician my PIN code so they could verify and do the final check.
And was it all the technicians on duty had the authority for one to fill and one to verify, or did you select maybe your most seasoned or experienced technician? How did that?
I tried to get my most seasoned and experienced to check them. Or that was what I conveyed when I said I'm fixing to go down. Or at least something like that, whatever I said. And I tried to put, I guess I tried to put the right people in the right place, but it's poor choice. Sure.
A moment ago, when you said looking back on it, I realized that really wasn't the way it should have been. I was not. What would you have done differently?
I would have closed the store.
And so what would be what would happen if you closed the store? I mean, how would you just put a sign on the door and how you, or, I mean, I'm with you personally. I'm a
Yes,
pharmacist.
no, you're right.
So, so I guess the question that I'm asking is what would you tell your patients and what would be their alternative to do that particular day?
They would need to go to a hospital or to their doctor's office to get a prescription. Because you can't transfer them out. There's no one there to transfer them out, so they would have. Unfortunately, have to go to the hospital or doctor's office and risk it, go with it, that was during the period when nobody was with.
So back on Amy Ford's discussion, and this is what came up for the previous time. So, and even looking at it today, I mean, it looks like it flowed like it should flow, just perfectly orchestrated, like nothing was different. So you walked in that morning and you said, that 1 or 2 or 3, how many you chose. I'm not gonna look at prescription. I can't, I don't feel like I can verify. You take over verifying and you gave the authority to 1 or more of them, just off the bat, or?
I would say yes. I don't remember exactly how it went. I can make assumptions at it, but I know I remember feeling bad. And I don't know how to explain it, or your head just kind of feels like you're not in there. I felt really bad and I had a headache. So at some point I knew I was not going to get the job or do it effectively. At that point, I should have shut down the store. But instead, I made the choice to change my PIN number and to start to verify. Poor choice. Could have been a terrible choice.
That's what we discussed today. It didn't look like they were like scrambling to figure out what to do.
Okay.
I mean,
Well, I understand your point. When you work in a pharmacy and all those people, say one had been there over 2 years. So they were used to the positions, we had all the form duties. So they didn't have a workflow in. And they know where to pick the prescription up. And if they have somebody waiting at the window. So I guess that's back, I mean, the only thing that's gonna change is they're verifying. Because lots of times they'll stand next to the pharmacist waiting on it. So they can get to the window, if it's a red basket or a yellow basket. Is
that makes perfect sense, yes.
okay? I don't exactly explain that, but it's something they've seen repetitious, many times.
I think that day we did not know that you literally walked in or at whatever time of the day and said, this is what you're gonna do. I don't think that was clear that day, so thank you.
There were a lot of things that were unfortunately not clear. So I like this maybe a lot better.
Any other questions?
I have a question, and it may not be the right time, but in the information we were handed this morning, there are affidavits from 3 employees. But when I'm looking through the other exhibits, there's like at least 5 that we don't have an affidavit from. And some of those are the people, the technicians that were performing duties without pharmacy supervision. So were they asked to provide an affidavit and they refused? Can you clarify that for me?
Yeah, I think that's a me question, if I may.
I don't check them actually.
Go ahead. So, Dr. Mitchell, it's a good question. I can just tell you, we tried to get his affidavits for as many as we could. No one declined to give us an affidavit, but the logistics of trying to pull this together, we weren't able to get all the affidavits. I'll tell you as well, we thought at one point that we were going to have to ask to continue the hearing with the recent surgery, and then we decided not to, and so there was some shuffling back and forth, and these were the ones we were able to get. No one declined to give us one. This is just what we were able to get. And I would say, I think for purposes of how it should be considered by the board, if the board had wanted to hear from anybody else, they could have been subpoenaed in here. So it's not like, I don't think we have the duty to get everybody before you. We got some affidavits, and we have 2 live witnesses. And if the board wanted other witnesses, they could have been subpoenaed as well.
And then just as a follow-up to that, are all of these people, you're not looking at my notes. Are the people, have there been any staffing changes, or the people that were in the video that employed that day, are they still employed by the pharmacy?
Are those folks still employed by you?
Well, Allison that's mentioned in the thing that wasn't even working.
Right, that we discussed that earlier. Allison Goff is in the report, but she's not actually in either one of those videos.
One of them is no longer there, I believe, it's the only other one in that video.
The pharmacist or tech?
Tech and a clerk have left since then.
I think it's mentioned earlier, but I'll tell you this, how often did you work?
I mean, quite a bit, but I always have someone there to help me.
How often did you work by yourself?
I believe I answered it. Well, I went back to the law, and I went back a year. And 3.5 days out of the past calendar year, I worked by myself. 3 of those were due to COVID. So in theory, by myself, I would have had 1 Saturday in the past calendar year.
Anything else we need to know?
Oh, I have one thing. Just to, Dr. Wilson and I graduated pharmacy school the same year, and he stated 14 years earlier, it's actually 13. And I know that because I have a child that turns 13 on Saturday.
Well, that's how I remember.
That's Paul's birthday.
Anything else? Once again, redirect.
That'll be right.
Is there any recrossing?
I have another term for this.
That's what this meeting seems.
So I'm gonna call Misty Duncan. Should she sit at the end, or how should we do
Yeah,
this?
just somewhere where she can, where the video will pick her up.
Mrs. Stark, sorry, say, that's not quite it. I'm sorry.
I usually give her, like, whenever I'm in here, we've been at this for just shy of an hour and a half, so we don't need. Okay.
Thank you.
See.
I combined your very good things, so I'll apologize. Will you please take your name for the record?
Mrs. Sparks.
And this, you were previously sworn in under oath, correct? You understand that you're under oath to tell the truth today.
Yes.
Are you a licensed pharmacist?
Yes, I am.
How long have you been a licensed pharmacist?
I think 22 years.
Okay.
Graduated in 1999.
And have you ever been subject to any disciplinary action before this board?
No.
And we look back and looks like you started working for Wilson Pharmacy in 2015, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you and Mary Beth come on board about the same time?
Yes, I think there's maybe a month or 2 months difference in when we started.
And you heard, me in my opening and Dr. Wilson talk about schedule that you and Dr. Duncan used during the week.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, we each work 3 days a week, and every third Saturday, we do MTM cases that we alternate weeks, and so we are in the pharmacy, working as a pharmacist, filling prescriptions 3 days a week, and every third Saturday.
Prior to coming to work for Willsite, where did you work?
I worked for Mitchell's next to pharmacy.
Where did you work prior to that?
I worked for the previous owner, Dana Woods Pharmacy.
And did you work for Walmart for about 20 years before that?
Yes. No, I worked for Walmart. I mean, I don't even know, 9 or 10 years. I worked full-time for 6 or 7 years, and then was PRN and floater for Walmart and floated to different pharmacies before that.
Now, you've been present during this entire hearing, correct?
Yes.
And so you've heard all the testimony about what happened on October 14th and 15th, 2020, right? And you were not present to do those things, correct?
No.
And were you scheduled to work those days?
I think so. I'm not sure. I guess we're talking about a Wednesday and a Thursday. I assume so, since it wasn't any coverage. I know I'm scheduled to work Monday, but our other days of the week are different. I actually tested positive Monday morning, so was quarantined on the days that we're talking.
And do you recall that Dr. Duncan did not work on that 14th and 15th?
I don't know.
Heard the board members express concern and heard us talk about the workflow, saw the video of how the techs process prescriptions, and there's some concern that it looks routine. It looks like, they're verifying prescriptions regularly. Does that happen when you're the pharmacist on duty there? Have you ever allowed a tech to verify prescription? You have to have, some kind of sort of understanding this. You have to have a computer code in order for file
In our
verification.
system, we have PIN numbers, and they have certain levels of clearance based on your duties or your position. So only the pharmacist PIN will will complete the visual verification.
Have you ever shared your pharmacist pin with anyone? To your knowledge, has anyone ever used your pharmacist pin to verify a prescription
No,
other than you? And you work with Dr. Duncan one day every week at the same time?
yes,
And have you ever observed her allow a tech to verify a prescription? Have you ever overseen or observed her share her pharmacist pin with any technician? When you're the pharmacist on duty, let's just take a day when you're the only pharmacist there and you're the pharmacist on duty. Are you basically in charge of that pharmacy?
yes, on non-line duty, yes,
And so all the techs would report to you,
yes,
and are you aware of the rule that states that you can only have 3 technicians per 1 pharmacist?
yes,
And you enforce that rule when you're the pharmacist on duty?
yes, yes, that's our ratio. We have some techs or cashiers that are cross-trained, but, there are 3 techs when I work.
So you may have heard my questioning, not fighting about this. It's possible that there can be more than 4 technicians at one time, so long as they're not all performing technician duties. Is that correct?
Right.
And is that consistent with the way other pharmacies where you work have operated,
Yes,
including Walmart?
yes.
Do you at times work with Dr. Wilson in filling prescriptions, for lack of a better way to describe it?
Sometimes, a lot of the time when he's there, he's in the office doing, this kind of stuff.
Okay.
I don't know what he's doing there, but, yes, I mean, there have been times when he's out filling prescriptions at the same time.
Have you ever observed him allow a pharmacy tech to do file verification? Have you ever observed him share his pharmacist pen with the technician? And if you did, would you address that with him, or would you like a report to the board?
I'd say something.
And that's never happened. Other questions I have, I'll pass the witness.
No questions.
Does the board have any questions? Seems there are no questions.
Thank you. Call basic search. Please take your name for the record.
Macy Sturge.
And Ms. Starch, you were previously sworn in when you changed your under oath.
Yes.
Where are you employed, Ms. Starch?
Wilson will say pharmacy.
Okay, and are you a pharmacy technician? Okay, how long have you been a pharmacy technician?
2017.
Okay. How long have you worked at Wilson's Wilson?
Since 2018. And came back in 2020.
During your time as a pharmacy technician at Wilson's, we'll say, other than October 14th and 15th, have you ever observed technicians doing final verification of prescriptions? And were you working on the 14th and 15th? And you've heard, you've been here for this entire hearing, correct?
Yes.
And so you heard Dr. Wilson's testimony that he instructed some pharmacy techs to do final verification of prescriptions. Were you one of the people who was instructed to do that?
No.
You were not given the code?
No.
Have you ever been provided the pharmacy code by any of the pharmacists? The workflow that we talked about, were you able to see the videos that were shown earlier? Does that appear to be the normal workflow except for the file verification. So typically the workflow would look like what we saw in that video, but then the file verification would be performed by a pharmacist. Is that correct? Are you aware of the rule that there are not to be more than 3 pharmacy technicians working per pharmacist? And is that rule enforced at Wilson Pharmacy? My understanding that there are times more than 3 pharmacy techs on duty, but one of those would need to be doing some non-technician role. Is that correct? Is that, again, is that enforced?
Yes.
Did you hear on the 40th or 15th, were you present when the conversation occurred with Dr. Wilson instructed other pharmacy techs to perform the final verification? And what did you hear him say?
Recall him assigning roles to each person. We may have been short-handed, so we needed someone to run the cashier, and he did ask me to final check.
What did you think about that?
I knew it wasn't wrong.
And then, other than October 14th and 15th, has that ever occurred before or since? Fine, pass witness.
Just briefly. So I guess he came in first thing that morning, I guess when y'all opened, y'all are there. And so what exactly did he say? Like, I know you don't have to be word for word, but I mean, he said, this is what we're gonna do, why, like, what was the conversation?
He, verbally told every employee what their duty was for the day. So he may have said, you need to work the cash register today, and I need 2 people back here to be the technicians today, and then they assign a technician to do the final check.
Did he say why he was asking the technician to verify the surgery?
I don't recall.
How did he appear that day? Do you remember that? Was he agitated? Did he seem out of it? Was it normal? Like, how did?
He didn't seem like his normal self, but he had some agitated.
I mean, did you know about his injury? I mean, did he fall? I guess all of y'all knew about that at that point. And how often do you work there? I mean, you work, every day during the week, or what's your usual schedule?
I work Monday through Thursday. I'm off on Friday, and I work every other Saturday.
And you've been here, you've heard the testimony, he fell on for a second. Had he been back to work since that, before this, if you remember that?
I don't.
And he told just one person to verify prescriptions. So you have like your own pen, do all the technicians have their own? So if you log in with your pen, you're not able to verify prescriptions. Is that right? So he would have had it, so he gave her, or him, whoever, all us, all the females, was on the same card, but, so he gave her his pen,
I would assume so.
or would have had to,
Yes,
she would have had to have a pharmacist pen.
that's correct.
That's all I have.
Any questions about members of the board?
So specifically that morning, you actually heard him say to text whoever this is. You're gonna verify prescriptions today.
Yes, I believe he said I need you to do the check.
And that check is not present, is that text still working at the pharmacy?
Yes.
And I mean, if he's handing out duties to everybody, it's clear who's gonna do what, but did that feel, I know you said you know it's wrong, but did that feel odd to you that of all things, somebody's gonna verify prescriptions? Is that a discussion during the day for the kids or?
Yes.
So you overheard that he gave instruction that someone was to do verification, right?
That's correct.
Did you observe any instruction on how to do verification? I know we heard earlier that there was just simply observation. I've seen people apply plain, but I don't know how to apply. So did you hear any direct instruction? If this has never happened before, then it would seem to me that there would need to be some instruction on how to go about doing that task. Did you observe at any point that give instruction on how to go about doing this process?
I don't recall, but I would assume that he would have had to give instruction. Because I've never witnessed that tech do that duty before.
So your answer was an assumption.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Is there any regrets?
No regret.
All right. Do you have any other witnesses?
Those are all witnesses on arrest.
Before we go to closing arguments, you may need a break. No? All right. Are y'all ready to take closing arguments?
Yes.
Okay.
Ready?
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Like we said previously, this all started with a complaint, or actually with two complaints, whether or not they're from the same person or not, it's possible they're detailed in the other part. But regardless of that, the complaint came in, it was assigned to Dr. Fain. Dr. Fain looked into it. We walked through, I mean, there's a lot of video that day, I mean, we showed two small clips, I mean, that video's not in dispute, I mean, he didn't dispute what's on any of that video. Both days, there were times that he was in his office and those pharmacy techs were working without supervision. At one time, there were at least 5 people on the screen. I mean, who was doing what? I mean, there's not an issue, there's not a dispute that there were at times more than 3 technicians performing duties. There's not a dispute that, I mean, he literally told at least one technician, I mean, there's a testimony today that he told one technician to, yes, you need to verify prescriptions. You need to do my job for me. The video shows there were 2 technicians verifying prescriptions. That being said, I don't know that it matters at this point how many do it. The fact is, technicians were verifying prescriptions at his request. Even when there's not, I mean, we didn't show a clip of when he was being in the pharmacy, but there's times where he's in the pharmacy sitting at one of those, I mean, you saw the diagram, there were kind of those long tables in the middle of the pharmacy. So he's sitting there, and even during that time, there are 4 or 5 technicians in there. I mean, I get that, you know, a lot of days, or even if not most days, there were 2 pharmacists in there. And I get that stuff happens, but when that happens, you just have to make adjustments. I mean, you can't have 4 or 5 pharmacists and technicians in there with 1 pharmacist. You heard from Dr. Fain, and I know there was a question from Mr. Castleberry about Dr. Fain, where he said, or I guess he asked, is this your opinion? So this is what you're guessing you saw. Dr. Fain has 23 years of experience in what she does. She's worked here for several years before that. She was a compliance officer, investigator, inspector, whatever you want to call it, for Oklahoma. She was the interim director of the Oklahoma Board. She has, I mean, this is what she does. This is her expertise. I mean, in her opinion, I mean, she's thousands of inspections. I mean, she worked in a pharmacist. I mean, she knows what she's looking at. I mean, you can look in there and tell what somebody's doing. I mean, this is the job that she's done for 23 years. So yes, this was her opinion on what she saw. It's an expert opinion. I mean, this is what, you know, she saw in her vast experience with this. So yeah, I mean, I know there was some issue about, well, I mean, it's hard to tell what, it's really not. When you know how a pharmacy works and you've had all this experience. I mean, there's no way that those technicians could have done or could have got in to verify without this pen. I mean, not an issue. I don't mean that's not disputed. I mean, he gave his personal pen to technicians so that they could do his job. he specifically, and I can imagine what was going through those technicians' mind that day. But I mean, he specifically told them, I need you to violate Arkansas law for the rest of the next 2 days. I mean, and he put those technicians in a very, very bad situation. I mean, knowing, I mean, those technicians are, I mean, could be sitting right here today. Board staff decided that this was more his issue than theirs. I mean, they were put into a position that it's, I mean, if it was me, it would be hard to say no to my employer. So. In one of the, I'm flipping over to exhibit 3 on the second page, which is the second, second page of 3, which one of the complaints. Down at the bottom where there's the narrative of the complaint, where it says, not only as an employee, but a customer of this pharmacy, I feel that this is a matter that should be taken care of immediately to ensure the safety of other customers as the medicines they are receiving from those technicians could be wrongfully dispensed. So that's coming from an employee. That employee was so concerned to that point that she feared for the safety of customers that are coming in the pharmacy. That says something to me when an employee is saying, hey, I mean, this was done immediately. I mean, this didn't come in weeks later, this didn't come in a month later. I mean, this came in the next day. And I'm looking back through the charges here in the ordinance here, just exhibit 1. Where C1 failed to directly supervise pharmacy technicians. And that's not in dispute. C2 failed to verify prescriptions for accuracy. That's not in dispute. I mean, he agrees that he did not verify prescriptions. Use of pharmacy technicians in a manner not authorized by the board regulations, again, not in dispute. Getting the pharmacy technician to identify medication placed in the stockpile. Again, there was Dr. Frank's testimony, there was a pharmacy technician that was just here to find random pills on the counter. She identified what they were, put them back in the office. A failure to supervise pharmacy technicians' input of drug information. There is no dispute that he was not supervising with those technicians. Failure to follow the pharmacy's policy and procedure on technician duties. Again, not disputed. Failure to abide by the pharmacist technician ratio, and we're just talking about during these 2 days. Again, that's not disputed. Failure of all pharmacy staff trained to follow pharmacy's policies. They're not. Those 2 days, they were not trained to follow the staff policies. They were told specifically to follow. Permitting a non-licensed person to perform technician on duties. Again, I mean, I think there was some dispute about what Respondent and his attorney believe is technician duty as opposed to Dr. Frank. I mean, you can look at that. I mean, his son was screen labels. His son was involved in the prescription process. Failure to counsel on new prescriptions. Give or take 300 prescriptions a day filled. In 2 days, we're looking at approximately 500 to 600 prescriptions filled. He went to the window 10 times. I mean, only 4 times you had to counsel one day, and only 6 times you have to counsel the second day. I think that's a stretch. I mean, that's up to the board members to look at and decide. But under C10, there were issues of counseling of new prescriptions that day. Respondent's failure to safeguard drugs were being prepared and packaged under sanitary conditions. I mean, again, it's up to the board. I mean, there were discussion and testimony about the sanitary conditions of the technicians eating while handling pills with their hands. Respondent's failure to abide by rules and regulations and statutes. Again, there are violations here that are undisputed. 13, respondent is guilty of fraud and city misrepresentation. Don't think there was any intentional fraud, or, I mean, look at the seat, but at least there's misrepresentation. I mean, they're sending out prescriptions that he's saying meet Arkansas law and have been verified by prescription. That's not disputed. I mean, that did not happen. Guilty or directly aiding or abetting the practice of a pharmacy by a person not authorized. Again, goes back to the non-technician performing technician duties. Guilty of unprofessional or dishonorable conduct. Again, the facts in this case, for the most part, I mean, besides the couple of issues where, you know, what's technician duty, you know, based on, you know, what the son's performing. But the vast majority of the allegations and what we'll talk about today is not disputed. I mean, he says, yes, this happened, this is why it happened. The staff's issue is this, and I heard it, and I believe that I don't know if it was Mr. Castleberry or Dr. Wilson, but he said, luckily, nobody got hurt that day first. And I think that's the best statement that's been said today. I mean, it's just luck. I mean, you had technicians that were running around. I mean, that's a busy pharmacy. I mean, everybody was nonstop. And just a little bit of video that we saw, everybody's moving around there. Everybody's nonstop. There are at least 3 technicians and they're working, sometimes up to 5 people, I'm sorry. I know there was one up front by the window that was just parking. You got 2 drive-throughs, busy. And for at least 2 hours one day and 1 hour the other day, he's in his office with the door shut, whatever, it's gonna take a nap, rested, whatever. I mean, this could have gone very badly, very quickly, and just lucky. I mean, the issue is, like I said, I mean, all of this is not disputed. Board just needs to look at, and, to me, his testimony earlier hearing from, Mr. Castleberry, hearing from those 2 witnesses. I mean, does this happen all the time? I don't know. I mean, that's something that's a decision, that's a decision that you have to make. But it happened on these 2 days. And I know that he was in a bind. I get that. I completely get that he was in a bind those 2 days. But as being in a bind, we're putting the patient's life and safety. Yeah, that's all I have.
Thank you. Respectfully, the decision of this board under Arkansas law has to be made based upon the facts and the evidence, not on speculation and conjecture. Now, with respect to what happened on October 14th and 15th, it's on video, it's not in dispute. You've heard Dr. Wilson testify that he did what he is alleged to have done. That, as Mr. Daniel said, I don't disagree, that's not in dispute. We're not disputing what happened on those days. I think based upon what I'm hearing from the board, both at this meeting and the previous meeting, there's a concern that what you see on October 14th and 15th evidences a pattern of conduct at this pharmacy. And I would submit to you that there is no evidence to prove that any pattern of conduct as demonstrated on October 14th and 15th existed. We presented to you testimony not only from Dr. Wilson that he's never done this before or since. We presented live testimony from Dr. Sparks, from Ms. Sturge. We submitted 3 affidavits. I thought the affidavit of Krista Prince, who's also a pharmacy tech, was powerful. She stated that she's worked at Wilson's Will-Safe Pharmacy for a total of 17 years. She said, what is observed on the video of October 14th and 15th with the pharmacist not checking prescriptions is not the way Wilson's Will-Safe Pharmacy operates at any other time. She goes on to say in the second page, there is always at least one pharmacist on duty, and a pharmacist always performs the final verification of the prescriptions prior to release for patient use. That's the testimony. There is no evidence, none, that what you saw on October 14th and 15th has ever happened on any other day at this pharmacy. Mr. Daniel read to you from the complaint that initiated this action. And he said that employee was concerned about the health and safety and welfare of the customers of this pharmacy. That employee was so concerned that she made this report within a day or 2 after this took place. Well, if that employee was that concerned, then you would expect he or she would have made this report the other times this happened. If this happened in August of 2020, she would have made a report because this was a big deal to her. If it had happened in August of 2019, you would have expected a report then. The fact that there are no other reports is evidence you can consider that corroborates our position and our witness's testimony that this has never happened. The final check, Dr. Richmond has a good point. How did the tech know how to do the final check? Well, the final check is similar to the check under their system, their computer system. The final check is similar to checks that the technicians do. There are a couple more steps. They were shown those steps. They could have been shown those steps and known how to do them. I think that the decision rendered respectfully has to be based on the evidence, not on speculation as to whether this happened before, not on conjecture, but on the evidence presented to you. There's not been a single witness or a single piece of evidence shown to this board that this has ever happened any other time. To the contrary, there have been 3 live witnesses and 3 affidavits presented saying that it has never happened to their knowledge. That's the proof that this case has to be decided on. Now, what is the appropriate consequence for the admittedly, for the conduct that is admitted? And that's for the board to decide. We respectfully request that the board be fair in considering the proper recourse, that the board consider that neither Dr. Wilson nor his pharmacy has ever been cited before. Their record of compliance is unblemished, other than what we reported today. Based upon previous decisions made by this board, I think that's a factor that should weigh into the board's decision. I told you in my opening that Dr. Wilson regrets his decision, that he had to do over again. He would have closed the pharmacy, and that was consistent with his testimony. This is not an instance where you've got a pharmacist who is telling you, yeah, I did that, and I was in a bad spot, and I made a decision, and I'll do it again. That's not his testimony. That's not the way he feels about it. Yes, we are lucky no one was hurt. There's no question about that. But in the law, that matters. If you run a red light, you don't hit anybody, you get cited for running a red light. And that, you broke the law, and there should be some punishment for that. If you run a red light and run over a cyclist and kill him, you have now significantly increased the penalty that's going to be associated with that infraction. So that is clearly something that the board can take into effect. Are we lucky that no one was hurt? Yes, but be that as it may, those are the facts before the board with respect to the instance that happened. Again, we believe that the proof demonstrates that this is an isolated incident. It's not a pattern of conduct. And we think that weighs heavily on the decision. We ask you to be fair, and we appreciate the time and consideration of the time today.
This time we'll go off the record for the board's recess for deliberations and decision regarding finding of fact, conclusion of law, and any penalties to be handed down. Under a reasonable decision, we'll go back on the record.
A little 5 minute break. I mean,
I would really love to talk.
okay. Yeah. Sorry.
All right, we're gonna unmute the mic, so everything from that here forward will be going out on YouTube.
Okay, is everybody ready to do
And just for the record, I mean, we are off the record, is that correct, Mr. Jeff?
Yes.
Who wants to start off?
I think this is a very unfortunate incident, and I realize that 2020 was a horrible year for the whole world. And we all make decisions, and there are consequences for those decisions. And, we just have to decide what those consequences are going to be. When Mr. Wilson said, that if he could do it again, he would close the store, and we all have 2020 on our side. And the thing that concerns me is, number one, it was 2 days, number one, it was 500 or 600 prescriptions. We don't think that there was any negative consequences to it, guys, but we don't know that for sure. And so that's the big thing that concerns me. When you have to make those decisions, you have to be willing to live with those decisions. And that was a very serious decision at the time.
I guess I'm still, so I appreciate the fact that he came in and said, I made a mistake. And taking ownership and not passing that on to the technicians and the buck stops here. So I really appreciate that. The place where I'm a little more gray is that if he had the presence of mind to give the instructions, and not just give the instructions, but change the intent, and then give the instructions. The cognitive awareness because of the concussion, that's where I'm struggling. So if he had the presence of mind to do those things, he in another situation made another bad decision, or that could potentially risk public policy.
Well, I think that the video is, telling and what happened that day. I think that he went in with a plan, and I think it was probably because he couldn't get somebody to work for him, best plan available. He didn't go in and just pass out in the office and let the chips fall in the hay. He had people going and doing specific duties, so there was some organization, if you will. There was 550, 600 prescriptions filled in those 2 days, and yes, we don't know if any harm was done, but I bet you there was harm not done. I bet you there was people whose blood pressure remained lower, who did not get hypoglycemia. They did not have an arrhythmia that day. Who got their pulmonary meds in a decent fashion. If there was somebody that didn't, show me evidence contrary to that. But we do have evidence that medication was dispensed to people. And those people, I'm sure we could go see if their blood pressure stayed in check. So I think that from a public safety standpoint, he sacrificed probably penalties in order to take care of his patients. And I'm going to choose to look at it like that. He's got plenty of technology in the pharmacy to make sure that along the filling process, as much can be streamlined and protected as the text went about duties, their duties as well as the pharmacist's duties. I'm glad to know that this was an isolated incident. I believe that he was derelict in his duties for the 2 days that were provided.
But I also believe that at times this board has faced those that were willfully non-compliant and did nothing in lieu of damaging the public health. And so I don't believe that, I believe that this is better. I think that he made a decision that was probably damaging to him, but better for his patients. Like I said, he planned for verification ahead of time. This was not some forced corporate initiative to be non-compliant with state rules or mandates. This was an isolated incident in which, you know, if he didn't show up, people didn't get paid, people didn't get their medicine, and there was 500, 600 incidences in which people could have been on. You know, the main problem here is a lack of presence / verification. I believe that that is pretty much the only evidence that's been provided.
Okay. So just looking at those 2 days, I mean, I think they did help us see that it probably doesn't happen all the time. It could, but it probably won't. What the real thing that is important to me is, as a pharmacist, and many of you are here, we laid on the floor, sat by the trash can, sick, but we didn't say, you are gonna break the law and you are gonna just do my job. I can think of countless times being pregnant twice that, I mean, laying on the counter with your bed and somebody, you still go check that prescription. So I really feel terrible what you went through. I feel bad that you had to go to work those 2 days. I know many pharmacists have done that. But to just decide, we'll just break the law for today and tomorrow, you know, we want counsel patients, we want, that in the right answer, and I know you're saying you wouldn't do the same. So I really do appreciate him also walking in and saying I did this. I'm sorry. I think that goes a long way, but I think we can't just look the other way and say, well, because we know how many pharmacists have worked sick, have worked incapacitated, have worked in a world of hurt, and they still did what was legally required. I don't think we just look the other way.
Well, I don't disagree with anything that's been said so far. I feel very strongly that this board needs to hold pharmacists accountable, but also just as strongly that there's no reason for us to keep forward. I think that all things considered, Dr. Wilson is not a pharmacist that we see on a regular basis. I don't think he is a danger to the public or practicing. I would not want to limit anyway, so I think we're probably looking at very fine line. I don't really know where that should be. Just that it's sort of, that would balance accountability and not be overly people, because that's really not hard. And I appreciate this contract.
My line follow-ups with Dr. Max and Dr. Mitch on
Dr. Richard?
I guess maybe I'm on the more strict end of the spectrum. We spend 4 years educating students to become pharmacists in the nuances of all of the economy. All of which just sort of went out the window on October 14th and 15th, and said, we're going to suspend the rules of pharmacy practice today, and here's what you're going to do. Dr. Wilson is a licensed pharmacist. By definition, that means he has passed the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy jurisprudence exam. It means that he's knowledgeable on what rules and regulations are governing his practice. And it's well known that the rules and regulations and the purpose of this board is to protect the safety and welfare of the citizens of the state of Arkansas. And nowhere in any of those laws is there anywhere that says that it's okay for technicians to perform processes that require that. Nowhere in there that says that the pharmacist who's to be supervising technicians, however many there are, can go in the office and sleep while the work is being performed. He admitted to all the allegations that are in the file on those days. And my assessment relates strictly to those 2 days. I'm not making any assessment regarding what might have been going on otherwise. I'm simply saying that on those 2 days that he has admitted, there are 19 allegations, 6 of which are factual statements. And so there are 13 types of elected acts. Types. But 500 to 600 prescriptions on which those occurred, resulting in 15 charges. So we do have evidence of more than just right patients getting medication. We have evidence of 15 charges. And so for all of this to have happened in the face of knowing what the laws are, what governs our practice, this was not simply making a mistake. This was a willful disregard for the practice of pharmacy. Today, I'm not going to practice pharmacy, I'm going to do what meets my needs. And instructing technicians to, for example, to do final verification, with all due respect, is not just a couple of extra steps. I mean, if that were the case, then to be an attorney, I need to show up and make an argument. If that's the case, my children can do that, they argue all the time. So whether or not there was a pattern on the other day, there's enough that I think rises to the level of egregious, or at least in the verdict, as I think it is in charge 15 of unprofessional, dishonorable conduct, that he didn't just run a red light, crossed the center line, he exceeded the speed limit, he jumped the curb. There were a lot of things that happened, and that this requires punishment.
Terry's lined up right with me. I just know that other pharmacists have figured out a way to do their duty that day. And I think everybody sitting at this table and Greg as pharmacist has done so. You know, we've all been something like that, but we didn't decide, we'll just break the law today or tomorrow. We did our job. So that's a lot of that. I mean, you know.
So where y'all put the? That's the hard part, right?
Yeah. So do you want to go down to allegations and charges? Whatever.
Yes.
Let's see, everybody be thinking, that's the point, we need to do.
In figuring this, are we, I guess, yes, pharmacy practice violations occur from us. Does it matter if there's harm done or not?
So we don't really know. Yeah. It's easy to say there.
The analogy earlier, Councilman developed a possible. The better is underreported, and
And there could be another charge, like they would be able to do another charge and that said this medication error occurred.
I mean, we don't know, he knows, really, you don't know, so then you don't know
but if it was appropriately done, it would be there. I'm just saying, there were people that got their medicine that day, they helped.
At Walgreens.
And
I said, but at Walgreens, they got it probably okay, but
I don't disagree,
at Walgreens.
there's risk every day.
Well, we're not here trying to personal injury case, so we're not looking at that pretty.
Exactly. I think
We're
that's-
not looking at, was that due to breach, was there an injury, and was the injury approximately caused by the breach? That's not what we're here for. We're here as an administrative board to make sure that that doesn't happen. Right. That processes that are put forth in place through regulations, backed up by statutes, passed by the legislature on behalf of the citizenry, that they follow what's defined as the practice of pharmacy, so that known errors, don't occur.
And I think that this error, based on the evidence that I see, was not something that was contrived ahead of time. It was something that happened that day, that he adjusted the best that he felt like he could, whether we agreed right or wrong to be determined. But I don't think that it was a premeditated thing. Let me see if I can sleep today and feel through the prescriptions. I don't think that was the. I think he went in, I think he was injured, I think he told people what to do because he was in a situation he's in. And to say that, you know, he could have gotten somebody to come in and work for him, on my part, is conjecture. I don't know how hard he tried, how hard he did try, or who was available and who wasn't available. I do know that, based on what I've been told by our side and theirs, it's not something that he's routinely engaged in. You know, it's not his mode of operation. Yes, it was a bad situation. I think we just see this. I think it happens a lot. I think we just, this situation. Somebody caught it on tape, sent it. I think independents out there, they get in a situation where they're hurting and they're just trying to get to the end of the day. And I think that happens a lot. And I think that when you, or me or anybody else, look at yourself as, you know what? If I don't show up today, a certain set of people don't get their rest, people don't get paid. You know, it all hinges on me opening that door. And if you can sit there and say, you know what, when I wake up this morning, I better feel good, or people that I work with can't go to work, they can't get us out. I don't have a 401k, I don't have a retirement plan. You know, I'm not part of some, you know, you get this many paydays off. You know, you can tell them that, but you work with these people every day. So, you know, sometimes things happen and it's, you know, if they're making $300 a week, and you go, you know what, I'm gonna pay them for that day anyway. But I'm not for not finding or punishing Lee for those 2 days. I just don't think that we should look at it like he's done some egregious thing. And I think he did the best he could, given the situation that he was in. That's my opinion.
I empathize with the situation too, 100%. I look at the charges. I've not been on the board for less than 2 years now. I look at the residents, I look at the charges. For the most part, I approve. Based on what I feel like I do, because I can advocate for this. And as far as the fine structure, based on this 2-day snapshot, these charges are egregious. Regards to the pharmacy practice.
relating back to the conversation yesterday, is that the key break point in these 2 days was the verification step. In the conversation yesterday, having a pharmacist verify the medication, but not the final printout and information that goes with that verification. We had so much conversation around that, and continue to think through that topic. I mean, this take that even step further, because there's no pharmacist verification at all.
And they were allowed to continue until somebody figured out what to do.
But
But the pharmacist is still verifying.
So it's still verification of what the prescription, that's part of it, otherwise we wouldn't have paid it for someone.
Yeah, and I've heard of, I've heard a lot. Get lots of faith, but I don't recall ever having someone that have turned the pharmacy over to the technicians. And that's what makes this very different. And it was deliberate.
And putting the technician's license at risk.
Right.
Well, and Amy's comment that this boils down to verification, that tends to minimize the importance of should the prescription have even been dispensed anyway. The verification process is simply saying that the drug that we are dispensing is in fact the drug with the proper directions for the right patient. That's all they're verifying. They're saying lisinopril 5 milligrams, take one daily, 5 refills for Don Smith. That's what they verified. They didn't verify whether or not he had renal artery stenosis, and there was evidence of that. He should never be getting the drug referred. The drug interactions, the allergies, whether or not they're being compliant or not, are there other drugs that should not be given with this? I mean, we're completely overlooking that. And what we're saying yesterday on one hand, that we're concerned because there's one piece of the step, a redirection of the pamphleting process, and we're concerned about that, and we're ready to shut them down. But now we're saying it's okay to turn the entire pharmacy over, every step of every process, over to a technician, and not even require pharmacists in the process.
I disagree. I don't think anybody is saying that we wanted to shut yesterday down, and I don't think anybody at this table is saying we think it's okay for what happened in this.
I'm not saying that as a board, that's what we said. I'm saying there's argument.
Well, I don't think there's any argument on this side of this table that what happened shouldn't have happened, that it was inappropriate, and that it did not meet the requirements of Arkansas pharmacy practice regulations. I don't think there's any disagreement whatsoever.
No, I'm not saying that. I mean, I'm saying, well, he did that was wrong.
And I think he said that.
I'm just, take out the part reference, just simply look at the issue we were dealing with yesterday, and there were extremes. What we asked them to do is, let's take some time to figure out, because this is a big problem. But we still have product being verified. But there were other extremes to say, no, they need to pump this right now. There were other extremes to that argument. And what I'm saying is that on one hand, we have that extreme to an argument that it needs to stop right now, but yet that there's been argument made that it's okay to give a pass to a pharmacist not being involved in any way in popular prescription.
I don't think anybody's saying we should do that.
Let's continue with what's on this right now. What are we gonna do with this case today?
So I think I'm kind of with Dr. Jolly in this. For a mature individual, you have to make a decision, and if you make a decision that's wrong, you're gonna have to deal with it. I think it's discipline because it was a decision that could have affected potentially 600 people's lives if it had made 600 errors. So I see discipline as, when we look at discipline, we accidentally do something, that's one thing. But when you say, hey, I'm gonna break the law for 2 days because I need to, because that's my situation, think that becomes disciplinary. So I think it's disciplinary.
Supporting that is taking the extra step to change your plan.
Right.
To give it supports that, even though it wasn't premeditated in terms of days and days
Right.
before, but it was a conscious decision at that time to willfully.
And I'm saying that is better than not, given the situation. I'm saying it's better that he gave that check, so that at least somebody else, I mean, he's already wrong. You know, he's already wrong. But he's trying to make it as least wrong, to protect the public as he can by utilizing the technology that he has on hand and having a plan going in. But now, solely on the evidence provided, we cannot sit here and give him disciplinary punishment on the fact that 600 prescriptions went out wrong. We don't have that evidence.
That was the hard allegation charges that harm me.
Well, I was just saying based on what she was saying.
I'm saying that is because he chose to break the law for 2 days. I mean, any way you look at it, he chose to break the law. Now, I get it, there's a lot of extenuating circumstances, but in my experience, a sick pharmacist that day would still look at the final verification or still be somewhat involved. They wouldn't just, okay, today, we aren't gonna worry about that law, we're just gonna let it text it. I don't see that. I mean, I bet you've been sick many
Oh, yeah.
times in your life and worked, and I don't think you went, anybody at the table would go that far. So I think it's disciplinary and really helping to help them understand you can't just make a decision.
I think this is an isolated incident, making it disciplinary as a punishment that goes on for a while. As long as he's in practice, every time that he tries to get a third-party contract, we're gonna ask him, has he been good? So, I mean, that's the fact. And before anybody can sit here and say, this should be disciplined, look in the mirror and see, I don't show up for work today, what happens? What happens at work? Does it stay open, people get paid, does wagons stand in the road?
Well, I'm always following the law.
Right, but I'm just saying, I need, before you, in order to put yourself in this situation, ask yourself, if I don't show up today, what happens? That's all, and if you think it's nothing, then it's nothing.
And again, hindsight is 2020, but there are other options in showing up, like Dr. Wright has said, or even if he's present, still selling the prescriptions that have already been totally verified by pharmacists on a previous day, that are in the roll call section. I mean, there are other things to do, having somebody on there to be able to transfer from the pharmacy. There's lots of other options that could have happened, so that, to your point, patient harm, protecting public health. And it's easy for us to say, and then look back and say that, but to me, there were lots of other options that we have gone against.
I'll say, that instead of putting the public in harm's way, I would say that they did, I mean, maybe it's the same thing to say, to put the public in some form of risk of jeopardy, but that is not necessarily harm.
Okay, so what does everybody want to do?
Well, I would say the other thing, compactors and what comment about this one is it's 2 days. Think about, what would you call APA? Would you call claim the predicament? Would somebody come in from the hospital in Batesville and work that day? But that was not what attempted. Not saying that would forget one day, but I'm saying there was no attempt that we've been told to try to expand the outreach outside of sort of narrow group of.
I think one thing Dr. Rouse said, while as a business owner, pharmacist, whatever we've all been, we do get that side. And I know you, right in the trenches right now, you deal with that constantly if somebody thinks of work, what you do for your, for your customers. The only thing I would say is, from our perspective, the bad news is, there isn't anything that is in our rule that we're supposed to govern that says that if you can't do that today, you can do this. So while I feel it's painful, what could you do about him? And we know it's a bad decision, but really is an alternative.
No, sometimes I always let this bad decision try.
I mean, I feel like,
I mean, you're looking at two situations, 2 days of injury and probably, bad situations, just bad, bad situation. But I think there's probably 12 or 13 years of good situations. So, I think that, to give him punishment that's gonna last him the rest of his professional life is a little bit onerous, in my opinion. I'm not absolving him from those 2 days. The lack of verification is obvious. I don't know which step in the verification process is more important than the other, but it's not verified, it's not verified. You can't sit there and say, well, you didn't have the paperwork right, so it's not verified, but that's not as bad as not checking the prescriptions, it's not verified. Not verified.
But some says more than verification, it's from the prescription chemical system. You got all those unknowns.
Right, but
Overall, that is supervision.
But I'm just saying, one omission in the verification process lends it not verified. There's not one process in there's not one step in the verification process that's more important than the other. You either verified it or you didn't.
So we've got, 500 to 600 accounts of, unknown verification.
Yeah. Agree. And thousands and thousands of non-verification and other examples. And we have muted our response to protect the public health. That means that we didn't do anything to that company because we felt like any changes were more in danger to the public than if we had.
One comment that was made yesterday, I think I heard from the case that you're talking about, is.
Wait a minute.
Okay, sorry.
We're focusing on this
Well, I
case.
was gonna bring it back.
I was using that as an analogy.
Oh, okay.
I'm just using that as an
Okay,
analogy.
let's keep our focus here.
I think we have two pieces to this one we talked about. One, it's all factual and proven, so that ended the discussion. The discussion is discipline or fine. Now,
one other question that I have, do you want to talk through the scope of the technician responsibilities? That was one thing that the conversation to me, I don't. So where he was totally upfront and said, yes, I didn't do this in the proper way, there was a little bit of, to me, it sounded like they weren't as adamant about the scope of the tech and the tech to pharmacist ratio necessarily, and then also the minor that conducted some tech or not tech responsibilities. Is that something that we need to discuss separate from just the general oversight issues, or is that been noted? And just making sure that.
Yeah, we can have them to, go over the tech responsibilities. Have both the pharmacists and the technicians to review that as part of our order.
But even if you have a tech license and there's not a pharmacist present, you're not.
Right.
You're not.
but I was thinking, And I mean, you have a good point about the third party contract that is it's probably the one to answer this, but is it more detrimental? You just spend a bunch of money on a fine versus it's just supposed to do something wrong. I mean, I don't know why charging him a bunch of money is gonna.
Well, if you just look at it this way, if our job is to protect public health, and we discipline him, and he does not get a contract, then who you hurt? That patient can't get that prescription filled there. When they get somewhere else, but they can't get there.
But if they can't get that filled there, being confident that it is being filled based on the laws of the state of Arkansas, they need to get it someplace else.
Technically, you shouldn't get the pay for the third party, from the third party for those 2 days, and we're not even talking about that, because that's, he should reverse all those claims and not be paid. I mean, that's what but we aren't doing that. So,
Yeah, but that's the fear of having unknown things that we don't know about. If someone comes up with a misfilled prescription, then that will start that ball rolling.
So I think we have 2 decisions to make. We have to decide. First of all, on a monetary front, what amount do we think is appropriate? Because we don't know the exact number of prescriptions, so I would propose that we base it on the number of charges. $500 a charge, $1,000 a charge, $100 a charge, whatever y'all think. And then the second piece is whether or not that fine is an administrative, non-disciplinary, investigative cost, or whether it is formal disciplinary action. Except that I think because this is a formal hearing, if we find him, it's disciplinary. And I don't know if we need to go back on the record to get clarification from council on that or not.
But I'm sure if we state
I think
otherwise,
the
that's not the case, right?
I don't know. if
And we
can
state that it's
do it.
not disciplinary, even though it's a hearing, it's still
Okay.
disciplinary.
No, we can't. You need to speak to council. I have to go back on the record. So do y'all want to speak to council on that question?
Which I think is important.
It is.
Well, I mean, it is important. I think let's talk about this before we do this. We'll do it twice.
Okay.
How does it look for a board to just decide? We know you broke the law, but we won't make it disciplinary. So I think we can kind of ask our attorney that as well.
Any other questions before we go back on the record?
We are back on the record in this matter, for the board's, ask some questions, I believe, of the council. I'll turn it back over to, Chair of the board.
I've heard what they're talking about. Any decision this board makes is disciplinary unless you specifically say this. And I know I know Dr. Kirkland spoke to somebody from the AG's office a while back that said all hearing decisions in front of all contested matters in front of the board are disciplinary in that decision. So that being said, if the board says it's not disciplinary, it doesn't want to take disciplinary action, it's not on the board. It's just, I mean, it's still, it would still be a order, it would still be a fact, conclusions order. If somebody, everything, Arkansas is a little simple, that's laws in the country. So, it's all going to be that liable. But it will be disciplinary unless you specifically say you do not want it before it is disciplinary.
Mr. James asked a question. What if the board chose to make the disposition in the form of an offer as opposed to the form of a?
There has to be, there has to be a facts conclusions order to satisfy for appeal purposes for.
I know, but if it was an offer and we accepted it and waived our appeal, then we could circumvent the APA appealability issues. If that's the pleasure of the board, I think that's another option. It's never too late to
Yeah,
sell.
I don't know that we've ever had, I don't know that I've ever heard.
I know it's
When
weird.
an offer from a contested full board hearing.
It's awkward, because it's kind of like in a jury trial, there are cases that settle while the jury is deliberating. It's never too late to resolve by agreement.
Yeah, oh, you mean resolve by agreement and then just dismiss the hearing?
Right.
Yeah, but
That's
that's
an
what
option.
the informal was for.
I know, but we didn't get there. on this one.
That's what we
No,
had.
I get it.
Well, I mean, the committee made, I mean, in his defense, the committee made the decision to move to a full board hearing. I mean, they didn't have the option of an offer.
I'm sorry, but what define contested for me?
This is a contested hearing.
Okay.
We're here
Is that-
because, you know,
Because he's not saying he didn't.
yeah, but this is, yeah, I mean, this is a contested hearing in front of it. It doesn't mean that, I mean, it's adversarial. I mean, it really hasn't been. I mean, they've, you know, ceded most of, you know, everything that's been said today, but this is considered contested. But yeah, I mean, if the board wants to make an offer to him and then they agree to it here and he signs whatever, then, I mean, the hearing will be dismissed, like he said, like a trial. So that's an option too, but if a decision is made here today by the board, it will go into the order and it will go, there will be facts, conclusions, and it will.
And it will be this.
We've never done this before, after we've had the hearings.
We have
We've
had cases where, I mean, and I know some of them involve technicians, where y'all allow them to just withdraw their application. Because you said if we give you a denial, then you're gonna, I mean, it'll be recorded, and if you apply, like somebody wanting to go to nursing school. You said, we're not gonna give you the license, but if you want to withdraw it, then that, I mean, that'll be the end of it, and there was no record after that, because the hearing was dismissed, or was closed. So that's the only time I remember it, but there's no difference in that. than
If what we're doing here,
like-
also. Thank you.
Is there a difference between something being disciplinary and something being reportable to the National Practitioner Evaluation?
If it's disciplinary, it's automatically reported.
If it's,
And by law, it has to be reported.
okay, thank you.
If it's disciplinary, it has to be reported because we're audited. And, Dr. McCray handles all those, but we're audited. I mean, if they say, well, we looked and saw this case and we have nothing on it. So I mean, we're audited.
What you're telling us is that in this setting, we don't have an option to make it non-disciplinary.
Not if you go through, not if there's, if the board votes and makes a decision that is the order of this board, right then, no. But if you say, hey, we'll allow you to say this is, will you agree to this fine, this, do this, etc. If you'll agree to do that right now, then we can resolve this without a formal decision.
And we have that option because it wasn't a decision that informal.
Well, informal wouldn't matter, it's just, that's, I mean, informal is more like mediation.
Okay,
So, I mean, that has absolutely nothing to do with today. I mean, that informal decision, pretty much when we come to here, that informal decision doesn't exist anymore, it's just more like mediation. So you have that right, I mean, you have either of those options, but if there's a court order issue, it will be disciplinary. So if you want to do non-disciplinary, that's what they'll decide, then they would have to agree today to whatever that option was. And then if they agree to that, and like I said, it's just like a plea agreement in a criminal case or a settlement in a civil case. I mean, I've tried criminal trials that have pled jury trial. And it's over, and that's the case of resolved. So it would kind of be the same way. There would not be a verdict, I guess, would be the way.
thank you.
Okay, so, will we still have to go through the allegations and charges?
Not if you make him an offer, not if you just say, this is what we want to do, if you're willing to do it, we're done.
Okay.
I mean, if you make an order and there's a verdict, then yes, you'll need to say, either all the allegations are true, or these were true, and the charge is proven, or whatever. But if there's an offer, like I said, there won't be a record of a decision.
When there's a fine, it is reportable. The few things that have been accidental, let's say, we call it administration fee. and they
Or
didn't really-
monetary penalty.
And they didn't really get fined. So we made it non-disciplinary, but that was based on some things that accidentally happen usually. delay.
No more questions, or you want to work off? You have anything else?
No, I'll get it else.
That's what else to add.
Thank you.
Everybody says that? Okay. We'll go down to her.
We're going to be back off the record in this matter with continued deliberations.
Okay, so what do y'all want to do? Go with the, consider, the formal process that we're in? Or do you want to go back to like say something informal? That's a big question, right? Where we are now. And I'll just ask,
Oh, wait,
So that-
asking.
I'm asking you. Yeah, what do you think we should go with the formal? If we go to formal process, it's got to be reported into the national database. But if we go to the informal, we will make them an offer.
Just because I don't like it, and I hate it for Dr. Wilson, doesn't mean it's not a positive thing. I hate that he's gonna have a discipline on his record, but I feel like that's.
I mean, it's not that we say it's not discipline.
Yeah, but
If we
I don't know why
find, if we
we
say
just-
it's not disciplinary, it's not disciplinary, it's not.
We have
I think you just said that.
We have said in the past that something is non-disciplinary when it's been an inadvertent oversight,
Right.
and this was not the case.
Right.
So I'm not comfortable with it being non-disciplinary. I still hate it for Dr. Wilson, but I'm not comfortable with it being non-disciplinary.
Well stated. So.
But
we're
I
still
have
in the formal
no
process.
idea on the number.
Okay, or 40, your gentleman will be on. This,
Non-disciplinary.
it's gonna be disciplinary. So we need to go through the process, formal process of, going through the allegations and charges and, determine, what the charges will be.
And I think that they did a good way to find the number of charges. I think a lower number, because I don't see money helping.
We're not trying to determine.
Right. Right. We don't think we could do that in the future, so therefore we're just trying. So I don't think we put some $1,000 per charge.
Yeah, and then once it's up in the law, if we don't do things that we should do, then, there will be other people who will possibly do this, try this, and expect to be able to get on. So, there's a lot of factors here that, apply for this case.
So I had questions on 2 of the 15 charges that I just wasn't entirely sure about. The first one was number 9, which was the non-licensed person performing technician only duties.
That was what I would.
With this daughter that was like scanning them into point of sale. On the assumption that it's a fully verified prescription, I typically would see that as a cashier fee, but it's also been a minute since I've specifically reviewed that.
But it wasn't, if it wasn't the cashier, it was a child.
Sure, no, but
In there,
that's, if she was 7, I think it's legal, it's on the company, that you can put your kids to work when they're 7. So that one, I didn't feel very strongly that charge was true. And then the other one was number 11, just because.
Charges or allocations? Sure.
I'm looking at charges, sorry, so 9 and 11 were the 2 that I had question marks on, I'll be honest with you, I could go either way, I think the other ones were very easily,
Previous son was just to do a makeup.
yes.
Whether we need to charge him for that, I don't know, but
And
I think it was proven probably.
well, I think what the testimony was that the daughter like took the label off the printer and put it in the basket. It wasn't that she actually put it on the product, which to me would be a big difference. So, I don't know. I just didn't feel very strongly about those, but the other ones.
Regarding charge 11, which relates to unsanitary conditions, part of the whole problem here is caused because of COVID. And we've got all these precautions about those type services and clean. We saw yesterday as people would leave the witness chair, that we're disinfecting the chair. So it's okay that we need to disinfect the chair, but it's separately, we can just handle bills with our hands.
Right, well, you should never handle your hands regardless of COVID, so with COVID, that would be crazy to handle it. If somebody, it's something else about picking something, I mean, it's, I think it's sanitary, probably.
That's a great, I see that it's pointed out that it's just the phrase causing the drug to be altered. But it's, yeah, sorry. So you don't know for sure either way if it caused.
For me, if it said causing the drug to potentially be adulterated, then I would be like, well, yeah. But the letter of the way it's written, I don't know that we have to prove that there were adulterated, products. And that word comes out of FDCA, which has criminal implications, so I was always, I'm like, I'll give it pause, I want to be really sure whenever the word adulterated is used. But that's probably just innocent, because I've been doing this for 13 years.
Do we know that that's not included in the state food revenue like that?
I would say leave it there. I'm gonna think of leave it there because it did happen, and that's something that you don't supposed to be doing in the pharmacy, handling medications.
I'm fine with that. Those were the only two that when I was reading through that I had pause over. So I just wanted to discuss it. But I'm fine with leaving one or both of them.
I guess I'm old school. I'm going to go for them.
Yeah, I can support that.
Well, according to section 20-56-210, in part, a drug or device may be deemed to be adulterated if it has been produced, prepared, packed, or held under unsanitary conditions whereby it may have been contaminated with filth or whereby it may have been rendered injurious to health.
There you go.
That is fine. And that's the state food drug code.
Just look that out of your pocket.
But I also think that you have to go back to the fact that Dr. Wilson nor his attorney have denied any of these allegations. Right. So I mean, I think, we may be, this may be exercise.
Not only did he not get out of it specifically,
Admitted themselves, I think that's done. I think we just need to decide what the consequences are.
it seems to me yesterday that there was one of the first things we dealt with, there was a schedule of fractions for associated fees on there. It looked to me like most of those penalties are things like filing a license bill, $2,500.
Some sort of restriction based on charge. Per charge or for certain charges that are violations of statutory versus a regulation, is there a different structure there? Just throwing that out, just.
We haven't done that with Debbie.
I
We
feel like-
usually just go
What,
I feel like
per
per
charge.
charge?
$100 a charge is not significant enough, but I think $1,000 a charge is too much. So I'm sort of right in the middle, at like maybe $500 a charge, so that's a $75 a month. Do I need to make a motion?
Just for a refresher, I mean, just on the record, just for a refresher, its allegations are true or not true, charges are true or not.
Also, I had spoken earlier about reviewing the technician groups, both by the pharmacists and the technicians. So that there's not any question as to what we do.
Review the revised policies to make sure they're incorporated.
Separate from the charges, fees for charges, but also costs for administrative costs and for investigation.
That's something for the board wants to do.
We'll go back to the record. for a minute.
Yes, sir.
Back on the record in this matter for additional questions.
As far as investigative calls go, I know we've used that quite a bit in informal. This is a tested hearing, where there's a right to appeal circuit court. There's not been an accounting of the actual specific investigative calls. So with that being said, I mean, informal, they always have the right to agree or not agree to that. They don't have that right here. So, I mean, it would be appealable. Since there hasn't been an accounting that you can say specifically, these are the investigative calls. I would ask not to issue investigative calls just for that reason.
Maximum amount per.
Challenge.
Okay, all persons. Okay.
We're going back off the record. Or
Do you want to start, we got everything? Okay, let's stay on the record. She's ready to go.
we're still on the record.
In the matter of the David Wilson, P 10780, case number 2020-128. The board finds allegations A1 through A19 to be true and charges C1 through C15 to be proven. Make a motion that we impose a $7,500 disciplinary fine. We require Dr. Wilson to review and revise policies regarding technician duties and supply that to the board staff, as well as submit evidence that staff has been trained on those revised procedures within the next 60 days. That's a motion. As a matter of clarity, the 60 days is on the training and policy revision. I'll leave it up to council to determine when the final is paid.
Okay. The motion, did I get a second? Second. Dr. Mack, second. Any further discussion on this motion? None, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? How many nays? Three. Then the motion goes.
Let's take a hand vote, please.
Yeah.
Second vote.
Okay, who's, yes? Okay, 4. Who knows? I got 3.
The record reflect that there were 4 votes yay, 3 votes nay. Motion carried. Council can reduce the decision to writing and serve it upon respondent in this matter. If the respondent cares to appeal this, appeal can take under any specific provisions relating to this board or under the Administrative Procedures Act found in Arkansas Code annotated 201 et sec. There are no other questions, comments. This hearing is concluded. The record is closed. in this matter.
I would just ask council, I still accept service, I just said it to you.
I'll accept service to the finding in order.
Thank you.
We had one more set of 11:30, they're not here, so we can call that up. We'll come back.
Madam Chairman,
So, we've got the 1 o'clock.
maybe excuse, thank you.
Yes.
We are unmuted and currently streaming on our YouTube page. We've got one that's here, one of our 1 o'clock, but I want to briefly go through the 11:30. So it will be A class Parkplace Pharmacy. You can just stay right there, they're not here. So, but, so the 11 o'clock, which is A class Parkplace Pharmacy. It is case 2021-050, they're an out-of-state pharmacy applicant. And, Mr. Jackson, I'll turn it over to you. They have been given notice, they're not present. So I will just go through that briefly after you.
Okay, no problem. I will still, for formality purposes, go in the hallway, as it were. So who is the representative?
A class Parkplace Pharmacy, the representative that we know of, is Ray Trevino.
Ray Trevino.
But it is the pharmacy itself, it's the actual, respondent, and I talked to staff up front, they have not heard from him today.
I'm Assistant Attorney General Adam Jackson. I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of A class Parkplace Pharmacy, which is heard for the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, June 9th, 2021. I do not see a respondent, A class Parkplace Pharmacy at the table. For the benefit of the record, I'm going to go into the hallway and yell for A class Parkplace Pharmacy. Is there anyone here for A class Parkplace Pharmacy? If you can let the record reflect on the hallway, holler for A class Parkplace Pharmacy, no one responded. So it looks like no one is here on their behalf. So I will give kind of the abridged version of the rules. For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means strict rules of evidence do not apply. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections across the parties only as necessary, since there's only one party here. I do not anticipate any objections. If there's anything that board that you have in your possession that you need, it needs to be presented here to be considered. Again, this is subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including deliberations, are open to the public. Again, as with other hearings, if at any point we need to take a break, anybody needs to use facilities, whatever, just get my attention, we'll take a break. Council, any preliminary matters to be addressed?
At this time, I would just ask you to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and board rules regulations. And I will move into exhibits 1 through 12. No, I'm sorry, 1 through 8.
That'd be so recognized and so admitted. And who are your witnesses?
Dr. John Kirby.
Okay, raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let the record reflect the witnesses this morning.
Thank you. May I proceed?
You may proceed.
So Dr. Curley, we're just going to look over the order of notice of hearing is exhibit 1. And I'm looking on the last page of that. It does have today's date at 11:30 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
And they were not here 11:30 and are not present currently.
That is correct as well.
Exhibit 2 is the proof of service. This was mailed to A class Parkplace Pharmacy with the address they provided the board.
Yes, it is to the attention of Ray Trevino, who's our point of contact.
And it was also sent to the email address on the last page of exhibit 2, correct?
Yes, on Thursday, May 6th.
And we had actually heard back from them from that address, so we had corresponded with them with that address.
From that email address, yes.
And this is a pharmacy application, correct?
That is correct.
I would say, okay, and I'm looking back at the order notes here, we're just briefly going through these allegations. And during the process, it's just part of the board's process, we asked this pharmacy to provide the ownership down to individual ownership, and that's just something that's commonly done at the board.
That is a routine practice of the board of pharmacy.
And Ray Trevino was listed as a contact person,
Yes, he was.
and he has actually been listed on previous applications on facilities that were owned or managed by Mohammed Mokbel and Rafati El Sati, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we've had issues with ownerships of both those pharmacies. Actually, we've revoked pharmacies with that ownership.
Yes,
previously.
Yes, we have.
And we've never really had good contact information or good results from pharmacies owned by those two individuals.
We have had problems with several pharmacies that appear to be owned by or related to those two individuals.
And so we later asked again for ownership of the individual to see if Montgomery or Fatty El Sati had any ownership in applicant, correct?
Yes, we did.
And we were actually notified anonymously that Mohammed Montgomery does have a business interest in this pharmacy.
Yes, we were unaware and had received an anonymous tip that it could happen, therefore we were trying to research it further.
And we never got the requested ownership information from the pharmacy, and so staff denied the application.
That is correct.
And they appealed that denial, and they were set to come before the board as a formal review committee on April 6th of this year, but they failed to appear for that meeting.
Yes, sir.
And the application that was submitted in August of 2020 listed a Holly Neary as the Arkansas license, is that correct?
That is correct.
And the board actually contacted Dr. Neary, and she stated that she never went to work for this applicant. I believe they had talked about going her working there, but she never took employment with him, and actually still is in Kentucky, never moved to Texas where his pharmacy located.
That is true. She did not even reside in the state that the pharmacy is located in.
And the applicant never changed. They still have her listed as a pharmacist in charge of that facility.
We have not gotten any notifications of a change of PIC for that application.
And in March of this year, Mohammed Mokbel and Fatty El Sati were actually indicted by the United States Attorney's Office in the Southern District of Texas, and were indicted for 1 count of conspiracy to commit healthcare fraud, 3 counts of healthcare fraud, 4 counts of money laundering.
That is true.
Nothing further.
Any questions on the board? Seeing as there are no questions, council.
Just ask that that case be denied based on what you've heard today.
So I was gonna say, but so was that kind of shift to close an argument real fast? Or?
I did, sorry.
Okay. So officially you rest.
I do rest, and yes.
Okay, no problem. This time we'll go off the record. The board's recess for deliberations and the decisions regarding finding facts, proofs of law. Once the reach decision, we'll go back on the record.
I don't know, do y'all need to go off?
I think we're ready to make a motion.
Right.
All right, we're back on the record for the board's decision in this matter.
Okay. I'd like to entertain a motion. All right.
I ask a quick question.
Yes.
Would the motion be to deny the appeal or to deny?
Just deny the application. It would be, you know, you need to do allegations for the charges for this. Yes, just to deny the application.
So, in the matter of out-of-state pharmacy applicant, A-class Parkplace Pharmacy, allegations 1 through 12 proven, charge 1, allegations 1 through 12 are true, charge 1 is proven. Make a motion that we deny this out-of-state pharmacy applicant's application.
Motion second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Thank you all.
Let the record reflect the decision is unanimous. Board's counsel can please reduce the decision to writing and make or at least attempt to make service to all parties. And again, for the benefit of the record, for pharmacy, if respondent cares to appeal this decision, any appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board under the Administrative Procedures Act found in Arkansas Code annotated 25-15-201 set. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed in this matter.
Who was the second on this? All right, next we have, and I don't want to mispronounce your name.
Benai, but you can call me Vince.
Yeah, okay. And your last name?
Chaudhry. You say your name one more time. Chaudhry.
You also need to have a packet. It's CHAUDHURI is the last name. And I just want to get, well, when we start, I want to get something on the record after you.
Okay. All right, before you're ready to go. All right. Yeah, I'm Assistant Attorney General Adam Jackson. I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of Mr. Is it Vince, is he preferred first name, Vince Chaudhry, which is to be heard before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is June 9th, 2021. You've got your cell phones out, please silence them now. Respondent, please identify yourself for the record.
Sure. My name is Vinay Chaudhry. I'm a licensed pharmacist in Illinois, and I have 16 other licenses as a telepharmacist.
Okay. And do you have counsel?
No.
Okay. You aware that you have the right to have counsel at the Bureau of Justice? And are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
And I'm assuming that since you're here today, you did receive the order of notice of hearing?
Yes.
Okay. Let's pass that on.
This is
Okay.
This is yours, you had a copy.
There's not an order in this.
Should be. That anybody?
It's out.
All right, so everything else is in there, or does you have nothing?
We have stuff, we don't have an order in this.
I think counsel, please quickly identify yourself for the purpose of the record.
Luke Daniel, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Sorry about that, I don't know how I let that out.
Well, that's when I'm going to give a brief explanation of the proceedings. I'll give kind of a longer one than what I gave for the last year. For the benefit of anyone present here today who may not appear in front of an administrative hearing, the board is going to base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means the strict rules of evidence do not apply, and parties will be given latitude in introducing their evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, and will grant objections or caution parties only as necessary. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer the evidence here today. All participants of the hearing should be aware that the proceedings are governed by the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. It is important for all persons necessary to the hearing be in the room during the hearing, and if a party, attorney, board member needs to take a break or leave the room, advise me, we'll take that break. What witnesses are you going to have?
Dr. Kirk.
Okay. And what witnesses are you going to have here today?
Just myself.
Just yourself. Okay. So if I can have both of y'all raise your right hand, I'll go ahead and get you sworn in. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Let the record reflect both witnesses. Are there any preliminary matters that need to be addressed?
We would just ask at this time to, that you take additional notice on Arkansas statutory law of pharmacy board rules and regulations. And ask that you, we enter into evidence exhibits 1 through 8.
Okay, take judicial notice of the statutes and regulations you ask me to take notice of. And are there any objections to the packet being approved? Okay. Since there are no objections, the packet will be admitted.
He has exhibit 8 to introduce, and I have no objections to that.
Okay, our respondents exhibit 8 will also be admitted to the board today for this hearing.
Here's the, I apologize, the order appeared. The order is, here's the order notice of hearing. The proof of service is not in your packet either, but it has been entered with the order, and there was no issue with proof of service. So, but everything else you have.
Was this originally intended to be part of the record that was available earlier?
It is, that is exhibit one.
Okay. Oh, okay, I see, it. There's the sticker. This is exhibit 1, yes.
Yeah, the paper copies, the court order have, and I have, they have the entire packet. Okay. Somehow I got that, I'm not sure how I got that.
All right. Council, do you wish to make a statement?
I do, and just want to put something on the record. This is, he is here today because of the prescription error. If you look over at exhibit 4, the board received this prescription error, and as is the usual, I know it's kind of unusual to have a prescription error for a full board at a formal hearing. Usually these matters are resolved informally at an informal conference. He was actually mailed a letter about an informal conference previously. He did not appear for that conference. It was on Zoom, so the board had set the matter for a formal hearing. I have spoken to him a couple of times since that formal hearing. At this time, the board doesn't believe there was any malice or intent for him to purposely not show up at that formal. He was moving. There were some mail issues. He didn't know what that meant. He said, I probably got it, but he said, I don't know what I've seen it. He couldn't tell you where it is. So the board doesn't believe that there was any malice or intent for him not appear for that formal. But all that being said, that's why this matter is set today in front of the board, because at that point, we didn't know why he didn't appear, we just knew he did, and so it was set here. I don't have it, I know he just said he's licensed in 16 states. He works, this came about, he was working for doing off-site order entry for Memorial Hospital. So, you know, he was getting faxes, he was getting whatever come in, and that statement I just handed you is from him. I would ask you to take a few minutes to look at that in just a minute. But, and it kind of outlines, I mean, he's not here to contest, like I didn't do this, he's just, I mean, I believe, in front of the statement, the first word, yes, I mean, I was responsible, and I take full responsibility for this. What happened? He was getting faxes in, he was getting orders in, and as he was putting those in, he put in a patient's several medications into the patient's profile. Apparently that profile did not get exited out of. So when he went to work on another profile, it accidentally put that first patient's profile. So that patient received, let's see, Gavin.
It starts on page 2 of their file.
Yeah, page 2 of their file. Well, there's where the patient received Gavin Cymbalta. He had some other stuff that was, or those medicines were given to him. He actually questioned the nurse about it. Like, I don't take this. They said, well, this is the doctor's order, so the nurse gave it to him. So, and when the doctor came back in, the patient said, look, I got these prescriptions and I don't take them. So that's where all this came from. So I said all that to say that, this was not a purposeful, of course, but a purposeful intention. It seemed to do with workload or whatever, and yes, right. But all that being said, I said all that to say this. At the end of this, like we discussed previously, if the board issues an order, there's a disciplinary finding for this. This would be resolved. Had he gotten his original letter, this would have been involved at an informal hearing. So if the board decides that it does not go up to what it would take as disciplinary matters, then we can, or you can offer him a settlement and say, do you want to do this as opposed, and just agree to something today, and that would be the end of it. So I just wanted to give you that option, because like I said, this would be something that 99 out of 100 times would be resolved in an informal, and that would be the end of it, since he didn't appear. So like I said, he's licensed in 16 states, so there might be some issue at some point down the road, down the line. But I'm not saying you can't do disciplinary, I'm just saying you have the option. If you don't want to do disciplinary, it would need to be done for the settlement, as opposed to just a order. But that's all I have, so I'll turn it over if he wants to make a statement.
I can respond in hearings like this. I can respond at the option of making an opening statement, or if they want to wait until after the board's already presented their case and then make their own opening statement. Whichever way you want to do it, we'll make it now or make it later. It's pretty your choice.
Okay. Yeah, pretty much like what Daniel said. I take full responsibility, it's my mistake. Basically, I received 7 faxes for 2 different patients, and they were all, some of them were incomplete, like I got page 105, page 2 and 305, and page 4 and 505, and then there was other patients, and I believe there was some duplicates too. And that particular day, I got 7 faxes within a 40-minute window. And so I clicked on all of them, I started looking through them, and then I realized that they're patients. And the nurse also called because they wanted to give her the nighttime medications. So in the midst of all that, I ended up not backing out of the particular patient's profile, and I entered the other patient's medications in there. Our faxes come, they don't come as a hard copy fax, they come as a PDF. So I have 4 screens and I had like 7 screens open at the same time. And I got confused. But once again, we caught this, my director of operations spoke to me about this the next week. And the next 3 days actually, yeah. And I made changes to my practice to like go back in October itself. So when I open the faxes, if I see it's incomplete, I call up the nurse and I tell her, please send a complete fax with all the medications, with the complete record in one order. So I do that. If I see any duplicates, I tag those duplicates and send it back to the hospital, just let them know that there's any duplicates. If the other thing, I always put my phone on unavailable now. So especially when I open faxes, because that's one of the reasons why I got distracted. So I've made changes to my practice to make sure that this doesn't happen again. And once again, once this happened, I've sat down at least 3 times now with my director of operations and my direct supervisor, and they grilled me on this, like why did this happen? And I had to write a statement. So I've learned my lesson. And once again, I take full responsibility. It's my license, so yeah. And I apologize to the patient. I apologize.
I'll call Dr. Curley. Dr. Curley will briefly look at some of these exhibits. And there's no issue with service. He's here today, so I just kind of glanced over and looked at the order notice of hearing. So he actually lives in Illinois and does off-site order entry after hours for a Google Board, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And so this was a patient that was admitted to Google Board when the order was placed by the doctor. And so they went to him and he entered that information correct.
That is correct.
And that patient received gabapentin and here today, y'all agree on what took place here, is this correct?
Yes, and that is, I believe, page 4 for our board members is actually a hand scripted page without any lines on it.
Do you have any questions for this witness? Do you have any questions for this witness? Seeing as there are no questions, do you have anything else?
I would just call the respondent at this time, and I would just, instead of asking him questions, I would just let him explain, walk through, if that's okay with you.
That's fine. Here's your opportunity to kind of tell.
Yeah, so, I think around 21:30, going by 1:30 standard time. Taxes, I started working on them at around 22:30, I believe, 10:30 p.m. And then as I was working, like people were coming in, there were 2 different patients on those 7 taxes. 5 of them were for one patient and the other 2 were for another. As I was working on them, the nurse called saying that the patient needs the nighttime medication. Could you please make sure it's getting the proper way? So I had 7 screens open with one patient had 5 screens and the other patient had 2 screens. And as I was entering the orders, I forgot to back out of one particular patient's profile, and I entered the other patient's profile, the medications office. And once again, I take complete responsibility. I made a conscious effort to make changes to my practice and make sure that this does not happen again. I have it listed in the bottom section of my report. So if you want, I can go through them. If I see duplicates, if I see incomplete faxes, I call nurse and let them know I need you to fax the entire order to me with all the medications, all the records together in one parcel. And then duplicates, I tag them and I send them back to the facility just to let them know that the facility is sending duplicates, maybe knowingly or unknowingly. Sometimes if there's a new nurse and they don't know how to send the faxes, they keep getting sent on, so we end up with like 5 faxes with the same issue, with the same medications. So just let them know that that's what's happening. Yeah, once again, the biggest thing is if I see any incomplete orders, like 105, 1 fax, 205 and 305 and other fax, I immediately call the nurse and say, please send one complete packet with all the medications on them. And then once again, one of the biggest things was like putting my phone on unavailable. So it's with any facility, when I'm working on faxes, I immediately put it on documenting intervention so I don't get any calls. That way I can focus on making sure the medications are there properly. And so this is fully, I ended up getting into 2 doses at night as opposed to so I believe she got Esaclovir and gabapentin. That's what she ended up getting. And then and the other thing, 1 patient at a time. So unfortunately, the way our facility works is that if we get faxes, it's best to make sure that there's only 1 pharmacist working with all the faxes, because if I'm working on 1 fax and they send duplicates and another pharmacist is working on the duplicates, we'll have 2 orders entered at the same time. And if you don't back out in time, you won't know it because you can't see it. So the best thing to do is tag all the orders together, but make sure that if they're different patients, tag them and send them back to you. So that way you're not working with them and somebody else can. So, and it's not just been a learning step for me, but also for my team, because everybody heard about it. So I told my direct supervisor, look, we should change our SOPs to incorporate some other practices. So, but once again, I take full responsibility. It's just I've been grilled multiple times by my director, and once again, it's not fault. I'm not here to lay blame on anybody. It's the fault for us.
This is your
Questions?
Okay. Is there any questions from the board? I'm seeing no questions from the board. Is there any other statements needed on either side?
I just, real briefly would say that, like I said, this wouldn't be here if there was no mix up with, him coming to the informal. Staff has absolutely no issue. Staff doesn't believe there was any intent or malice in this whatsoever. Staff has no issue with offering him what would normally be the offer in something like this in an informal, which would be a $250 investigative calls along with 3 hours of CE and medication errors. And if that is made as an offer that he would agree to today, then I would move to dismiss the charges against him. And this hearing would not be in any way disciplinary. So that's just what we have no issue with that. That's what the board. So that's one way to resolve it. If you want
Close argument, closing statement.
Yeah, once again, I've been practicing for 10 years now, and once again, it's my fault. I'm not going to shirk the responsibility. I take ownership of the entire thing, and
I'm going to at this point go off the record for the board's deliberation or discussion in this matter. Once they've reached a decision, we'll go back on the record.
Is there nothing to agree with, offering him an offer? That would secure the afternoon. Well, look, I can ask you if you would accept it, to put back on the record.
We're gonna go back on the record.
Are you willing to accept an offer?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And so what the offer would be is, if there is a ruling today and an order is issued, that would serve as disciplinary action automatically because it's a contested hearing from the board. So what they're doing is they are offering you, if you want to resolve this, if you would pay, you just have to agree to it today. I mean, 14 will give you time to pay it. But if you want to pay a $250 non-disciplinary investigative cost and get 3 hours of CE on medication errors, this case will be dismissed against you. Would you agree to that?
Yes, sir.
And we've got on the record that he would agree to that. And with that being said, would you just so it's clear, would y'all take a vote? Just somebody make a motion to this, just so we can have a clear record.
Entertain a motion, please.
We have to make a motion to dismiss the case as part of that, or
You can, or I can just do it.
I can just do it.
You make a motion.
To offer him an offer.
You don't have to worry about the allegations or the charges, just make a motion like we would in the informal.
Okay, I would make a motion to offer them the option of paying investigative costs. 3 hours.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
And you've heard that motion and you agree to that.
Yes, sir.
That being said, with the board making a motion or making an offer to the respondent and he accepting it, I would ask this be dismissed and, or that the charge be, whether the charge be dismissed and ask that the entire case be resolved today. Mr. Jack.
Yeah, per the guidelines of this board is a charge that, or a motion that requires a hearing officer rule, or so the board has to vote on that. I know which one's different.
And so we all, so I guess we didn't need a motion at the board, we're just making a motion since he's accepted the offer that this case be dismissed. The charge in the entire case be dismissed. So
Second.
Okay, the motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? Motion passes.
Okay, let the record reflect the offer was accepted, the board did a motion to dismiss, it was seconded, and the motion was unanimous. Case is dismissed.
So I will send you a letter that just says you pay 60 days enough time for you to pay that and get 3 hours.
So, yes.
Okay, I'll just put in that letter, you have 60 days, and you just send a check, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy for $250 with a copy of that letter, just have the case number on it. You just print out the proof and CE, you can, you got my email, you can email it to me, you can mail it in, just whatever you want to do. But I'll put it all in the letter for you. And when you send that in, and Like I said, this won't be reported. It's not considered disciplinary action, so you won't have any, won't be a consent agreement or anything like that, so you won't have issues with other states. So we won't report it to anybody else, or anything like that. I'll get you that letter. in the mail. And just, what is it? Do we have your good address?
Yes.
Okay, so you've updated it?
Yep, okay, perfect.
All right, we just make it clear to him that if he's ever asked on his application for license, he didn't have to call.
Yes, yeah, I mean, if you apply through other states, this doesn't count as this. So you don't have to check yes if you did this.
Thank you.
And on your renewal, all of them that ask you if you've been disciplined by the board, it will still be no.
I know.
You have any questions? All right, thank you.
Well, that was off the record, just for the benefit, the record is closed to this matter.
Sorry.
In case you.
Yeah,
I know the court reporter looked at me and was like, we on the record.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, I know that's kind of.
that conversation was not part of the formal record, and that's fine, it doesn't have to be, but for her benefit, yes, it's closed at this time.
So Vince,
Even though on the record, I commend you for all the steps you took to prevent the error from happening again, even before anyone asked you to do those things. So that's very commendable. Thank you.
and for someone else.
Yes.
For and I would tell you, oftentimes there's something like this, the board asks, how can you help train other people so the same thing doesn't happen? And you literally outlined it. So that's all the board has for you today. You're welcome to stay and watch, or you're welcome to head back north.
I'll probably get back on. Well, thanks, yeah, I appreciate it.
Next we have, April Lopez.
Excuse me, I need some batteries. I've got a low battery
Uh-oh.
and I hit the low battery thing while we were in the middle of their thing.
You want to get two of these? No, it's not. So no, let me see, Jim,
It's like you say.
Okay.
There you
I gotta notice it on the watch, to make sure it's not.
That's quick.
go. Yes, sir.
Can I pay today? Just so,
Yeah, if you want to give it.
yeah.
Yeah, now, yeah, just a second. Here's,
Take a break.
Judge is down.
Yeah, take a break. See, so 2 minutes, but it's gonna be longer.
He's calling Paul.
Do what now?
He's calling Paul.
Oh, no.
Ben, just based on the look on your face, we were talking about that. Do you understand that at any time when you apply for renewal of your license and it asks that question, have you been disciplined by any board? You do not have to check that box.
Check no, if it's paying us.
Yes, I got it. That was the biggest thing.
Okay.
because-
Unless there's something else we don't know about.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure you understood that.
That's the biggest.
Right.
I want to tell pharmacists, so it's, our clients in are in different states.
Yeah.
So that was the biggest.
I have 17 licenses too, so I get it.
Okay.
Vincent, you have to work like some electronic orders and some fax orders, you have to switch back to board.
Yes.
Yes.
So certain hospitals will send you faxes.
Yeah.
Certain hospitals will have to get on their system itself. So there's a little bit, there are nuances, the hospital different. And they have different protocols.
He said.
Congrats on your new baby, by the way.
You're on the board. And the board, we understand mistakes happen. It's when people totally disregard the rules and how they work. Then there's a problem, but you had to act on error that, I mean, we're all human. And then you took measures to make sure you do it again. So we really appreciate your.
Thank you.
Yes. Is it not here?
Okay, it's a good seat, this week is at the second desk, she's at work, you can see her.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hey, Vince, the only other thing I was gonna tell you, was, I've had that happen before. We actually have a setting in our EMR, we can only open so many windows at a time. We've seen that not only be a problem on the pharmacy side, but on the physician order entry side, where they've got multiple windows open and they put the order in on the wrong drop off your system, I'll let you only open some of the windows, that's one thing we did. Happy with that.
I bet it's the hospital system that he's got like a VPN into. So it might be a suggestion for hospital, y'all can put that location in the hospital internally, they may not, they're a smaller hospital, they may not know about it.
They probably don't have that, or more, something, you know. You work in Epic, right? You ever work?
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, Epic, I can't have more than one time, one would be open Thursday. The last meeting, every time I have to close one of them.
Yeah, that's actually a good option. Yeah, and unfortunately, we work with so many hospitals, I have to have. But once again, only one patient at a time going forward, I know that same. Slow down, it's better to say it, sorry. Thank you, Dave.
What time do you leave now?
I believe my flight's at 8 o'clock, 8 o'clock.
Okay.
Maybe get early.
Yeah, I'll get home at 1 o'clock in the morning, so.
Oh,
But thank you again.
great, thank you.
For the presentations. And make sure. Thank you.
Local sandwich in Chicago.
Gary?
Yes. Yes.
Hotel.
They have, good.
They have a Garrett's and, Children out.
I was just giving him a card.
Nathan's is okay.
This is April Lopez, she is present, so Mr. Jackson, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I'm getting up on the hard job here. I am Assistant Attorney General Adam Jackson. I'm hearing officer today in the matter of April Lopez, case number 2021-048, which is the purpose of the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, June 9th. For the respondent, please identify yourself for the record. That working, verify. Okay. And are you represented by counsel here today?
Yes.
Are you where you have the right to be represented by counsel? Okay. Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
And I would just ask that you speak up a little bit, there's a microphone on the camera, so if you just speak up, just be sure to get you up.
Yes.
All right.
You're fine. Everything we always do is really for the benefit of that lady down on the end. It's a court reporter and it's taking down everything on the record. We want to make sure she can hear you.
So you're like me.
Yeah. Did you receive, and since you're here today, I'm assuming you received a copy of the order and notice here?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Counsel, could you identify yourself for the record?
I look Daniel, the general counsel for Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Again, for the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared at the administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that the strict rules of evidence do not apply, and I'll give the parties latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and to provide the board with adequate information to make a decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections to caution parties only as necessary. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it today. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberation of the board, are open to the public. It's important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. Party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room. Please advise me. We'll take a break. Who are the witnesses here today?
Board's calling Dr. John Kerr.
Okay. And you have the witnesses here today?
Yes.
I'm assuming you'll testify on your own behalf.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And both of y'all can raise your right hands. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, sir.
I did.
Okay. Let the record reflect both witnesses that sworn. For the record, there are matters we need to address.
Before we just ask you to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and pharmacy board rules and regulations. And we move to enter exhibits 1 through 10 at this time. I apologize, I have not, she has given notice of hearing, I did not give this at that time, I apologize for that. This is just everything that they have, this proof, you know, graduation, criminal information from the courts. Let's just get back to the point. That notice stated that you would come back.
Is there any objection to this packet?
I'm sorry.
Okay, it'll be admitted as part of the record. Is there anything that you have in your possession you want to consider?
No, sir.
She does have, I'm sorry, that letter that I had provided, which Ms. Greeley is marked as responsive exhibit A. I have no objection to that, and have no issue with it.
Okay, it'll be entered as respondents exhibit A. Council, you may see if you're open and say it.
I don't need to open our pass.
Okay, and I give the way I want to hear it is I give the respondent the option of doing it, I would say either at the outset of the entire proceeding, or like, I always say it like football, if you want to defer to your portion of the presentation for open statement, that's fine. So it's whichever it is. If you want to wait that to give an open statement, or you don't have to give an open statement at all, you know. Okay. It's okay. If you have any questions about how the proceeding works or anything, just ask and I'll ask you a question.
I'll call Dr. Curley. Dr. Curley, there's 10 exhibits here. We'll go through briefly. There's no issue with service. She is here today. And her address on file with the board. This is a pharmacy technician application, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that is on State's Exhibit 4. So on that, she did mark yes under the question here and cited, arrested, et cetera, for a criminal case. Is that correct?
Yes, she did.
And she sent in a waiver for that, which is Exhibit 5, which shows that this was a felony. And she did make a statement in that about where she was, and this was a criminal case that came back. She has a felony conviction for filing a false police report. Is that correct?
Yes, that is.
And I'm looking at, I'll flip over to State's Exhibit 6, which is the criminal information, which is the criminal information is just the charging document that the prosecutor's office uses to charge somebody with felony, correct?
That is correct.
And this is filing a false police report, a Class B felony. On the second page of that criminal information, second page of 6, is the probable cause affidavit. And it says in that probable cause affidavit that she accused somebody who was known to her, a male that was known to her, she accused him of sexually assaulting her.
That is correct.
And this was on December 2nd of 2007, is when she said that, correct?
That is correct.
And also when she made the report.
Yes, sir.
And then on December 3rd, the next day, she went back to the police department there in Carlisle, Arkansas, and requested to speak to the detective, and then stated that that allegations that she had made against him were false, and that he in fact did not say assault. Is that correct?
Yes, said that she had wrongly accused him of the assault.
And he had actually already been arrested and charged with a felony sexual assault crime, correct?
That is correct.
And she was scheduled based on that felony and due to it being a crime of dishonesty. She was scheduled to appear, she was mailed a letter, I'm looking at Exhibit 8. She was mailed a letter stating that she would be required to appear before the informal committee on April 6th at 9:30. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And she did not appear for that meeting.
No, sir, she did not.
And so the informal committee denied her application on that day, correct?
That is correct.
And she has sent back, I believe we received it April 20th. She sent a letter saying that she would like to come back before the board for a hearing.
Yes, sir.
And I'm looking over her statement again, and this is Flipping back to exhibit 5, looking at the second page, which is her written statement, she said the reason, she said the police officer notified her that since her daughter was present at the party, that they would have to notify social services. So she said she didn't, so she said that she filed a false police report to keep from the social services being notified, is that correct?
Yes, it's in the middle of her statement.
I mean, that's her statement, correct?
That is.
I have nothing further.
Do you have any questions of this witness? Does the board have any questions of this witness? So if there are no questions,
He may be excused, I have no further questions.
at this time, you can, since the board's rested, you can present any testimony you present.
I have no issue with her installment.
Okay.
I was really young when this happened. I did get sexually assaulted. And the police officer knows it. But they are my friends. They are my family. Our community is very, very close. And it helped me out a lot. I was so scared. I didn't know what to do. I didn't have a lawyer to tell me what to do. I was so young. I shouldn't have taken it as a false police report. I shouldn't have. And I pled guilty in court for it because I had no other choice. I had no lawyer. I didn't know what to do. I feel very bad for doing it. But this is all I've ever wanted. I'm sorry. I worked so hard. It was so many years ago for doing something so stupid. That's all.
I'll make it brief, thank you. So what do you mean when you say doing something stupid? You're talking about filing a false report?
I'm sorry.
When you said that you did something stupid, you're talking about filing a false report?
Taking back the charges, yes.
So why did you take it back?
Because my daughter was in the home and I had been in DHS custody myself in bad homes. And I was so scared that that would happen to my daughter. Even though she wasn't in danger at all, I was still worried.
So you were worried about what? I mean, what does filing the report have to do with DHS? I mean, the situation was what it was regardless of, the police report.
I was young and when someone mentioned DHS back then, because I had literally just been released from DHS when I was only 15. When someone mentions it, CPS, DHS, social services, it made me very nervous back then.
How old were you then?
18 or 19,
How old was your daughter?
1.5.
So you pled to a felony?
I had no idea how serious it was back then. I was so young, I had no idea.
But so did the officer tell you that if you said it was a false report, then you wouldn't have to deal? Why would you still have to not deal with social services? I guess I don't understand that. I mean, the police were already involved.
They
The
didn't,
facts weren't any different.
no, sir, they didn't see my daughter in the home.
Who didn't?
The arresting officer, the person who came inside the home to check everything, they didn't see my daughter in the home. I truthfully told them my daughter was in the home.
So what was going on now? I mean, was there a party? What was it? I mean, you said you were having a party. What are we talking about?
It was.
10
it was-
people, 100 people?
Oh, maybe 10 or less. It was a birthday party. And we had a few people over, family, friends. He was not invited. He just showed up because one of his roommates showed up and
So this happened inside the home?
yes, sir.
Well, 10 or 12 people were there.
Yes, sir.
And so what would be, so what was the issue about your daughter? Were drugs being used? What was the issue with her being there?
The man that sexually assaulted me was intoxicated. And there was other people that were drinking at the party.
And that was an issue. You do not, because you've been released for, I mean, have you had any GS issues before where you're not supposed to have your children around people drinking or, I mean, having your child around somebody drinking is not against the law. I guess I'm just having issues. Trying to figure out whether.
Does the board have any questions?
Like Luke, trying to piece all this together. So this individual did sexually assault you. The party was going on. You were fearful. Did somebody talk to you that night? Because it seemed like it was within a day or two that you had changed your story. I mean, were other people telling you, hey, you should take that away or don't do that? I mean, what? I guess after you'd already done it, I'm trying to figure out how did that help you to undo it?
My, that gentleman, well, not gentleman, but that man, he worked with me. We actually worked together at a sawmill back then. And my boss, my own boss, came to me that very same night and said, you have to drop charges on him. You have to. And I asked him why, and he said, because I need him. And if you need a job, you need to do it.
And I don't know that much about law either, but could you not drop them without saying it's a false thing?
Since he was already arrested, no.
You say you were 18 or 19?
Yes.
How old were the other people apart?
My cousin is 2 years older than me, and my sister-in-law, 2 years older than me. My brother-in-law, he's 2 years younger than me. He was the oldest gentleman in the party. I think he was in his 40s or 50s.
I understand what you're saying. Most of them are underage. Was the underage? I'm trying to understand why social services would see you as doing something wrong other than drinking. And you were underage. I'm trying to understand why you're still right.
They probably wouldn't think anything was wrong. It's just being in DHS myself, I was worried. Being taken away from my mom's trauma. And I was in really bad homes. It just was a fear. I'm over that fear now. I have 5 daughters now.
You have the job as a tech lined up right now.
I do have a pharmacy that wants to hire me right now.
Have you ever worked in a pharmacy?
I have volunteered at the pharmacy through the COVID vaccine thing. Not allowed to touch the drugs, of course, but I had to run the register, the drive through. I helped with bringing in applications, taking copies of Medicare cards, IDs.
You did complete the pharmacy technician training program at ASBP.
Yes, sir. And I
So
was
you
on,
specifically are training for this.
yes, and I enjoyed it so much. It is the
So
only
just-
thing. I'm sorry.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't.
It's literally the only thing I was good at. I was on Dean's list, Chancellor's list. That is the only thing I've ever been good at. That's why I feel like this is me.
So just to be clear, you were sexually assaulted. And after the guy was arrested, you were being pressured to drop charges. And the only way to do that was to withdraw them or call them false charges. And you did so, apparently, it sounds like job related as well as fear of DHS. And at that age, I can understand. So you were sexually assaulted, but you were the one who was punished.
Yes, sir.
Last, this, the Carlisle Police Department, this is someone who is knowledgeable of you.
He was the arresting officer.
Is he the one that told you that you throw the charge?
No, he's the one who took the statement of the false police report, yes.
Further any questions? Seeing as there are no further questions. Close the second.
No, at this point, I mean.
They have an opportunity, but this year the felony, that may present other opportunities for her. Working as a tech, but it doesn't present an opportunity as a hearing for her, right?
Yeah.
If you're talking about TEA, it's not a, my understanding is it's not a drug related felony, so it doesn't, it won't be, it's not.
She won't have issues with DEA.
Everybody ready to go back on? Who's on that?
We're going to go back on the record in this matter.
And you can still, and while we're back on the record, you can still find the allegations true and charge one. That's what
Okay, I want to, entertain a motion in the matter of, April Lopez. For applicant for technician.
Okay, case number 2021-048 for April Michelle Lopez. For allegation 1 through 7 are true. The charges. A charge is not proven. So in this matter, I would request that we grant the permit.
Second.
Have a motion in a second. Any other discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
Let the record reflect that the allegations for A1 through A7 were found to be true. The charge C1 was found to not be true, and the board voted to grant the license. Council, is this one we will use this providing concern or?
I'll still do a facts conclusion order, but if you hang around for a few minutes, we'll get your license today. But yes, I'll still follow.
Thank you so much. Good luck. Thank you.
If there's nothing else in this matter, the record is closed.
Next one's gonna be a paper round.
Yeah, if you had this year or last year. The quick one. 2021. Good.
Yeah, let's take a look for a second.
So we'll take a few minutes.
Yeah.
Wait a second. We'll take a 5-minute break.
And we're back unmuted, so everything from now forward is broadcast. We have Caleb Brown present, so Mr. Jackson, I heard back with you.
My name is Assistant Attorney General Al Jackson. I'm hearing officer today in the matter of Caleb Brown, case number 2021-049, which is to be heard before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, June 9th, 2021. Would the respondent please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, sir. That's me.
Okay, I'd say your name.
My name is Caleb Brown.
Are you represented by counsel today?
I'm represented by myself.
Okay. You're aware that you have the right to have counsel at such chosen?
Yes.
Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing?
Yes.
Okay. And are you ready to proceed? Yes. The board's counsel, please identify yourself for the record.
Luke Daniel, legal counsel, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
For the benefit of anyone present today who may not have appeared in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means that strict rules of evidence do not apply, and the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make its decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections to caution the parties only as necessary. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, you must offer it here today. All participants in the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the hearing, in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break or leave the room, advise me we'll take a break in this hearing. Who's going to be your witnesses?
That's Dr. John Kirby.
And are assuming I'm swearing and testifying for yourself.
Yes.
Okay, everybody raise their right hand. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do.
Let the record reflect both witnesses and sworn in this matter. Counsel, are there any preliminary matters to be addressed?
We would just ask that you take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and board rules and regulations. And we move to enter exhibits 1 to 10 here at this time. I have provided a copy of those.
Take judicial notice of the statutes and regulations. Is there any objection to the packet? Since there is no objection to the packet, it will be admitted as opposed to the morning. Mr. Brown, is there anything you wish the board to consider here today in the remarks or document remarks?
I believe that it is on the official file of the case that the girl stated that she had lied to me about her age.
We'll go into full your testimony, and I say, is there any like documentary evidence that you'd like to?
No, I don't believe so.
Counsel, do you want to open statement? I'll pass. Okay. And is there any opening statement that you'd like to make?
I don't believe so.
Okay, Counsel, you may proceed.
Let's take those, Dr. John Kirby. Dr. Curley will briefly go through some of the exhibits. So this is an application, it was pharmacy application, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he did state on his application that he had been arrested before and had a record expunge or sewer.
Yes, sir. Under exhibit 3, it says pharmacy application, page 2.
And he wrote I'm looking at exhibit 4, but he didn't turn in a waiver or a request for waiver and made a short statement. Is that correct?
Yes, exhibit 4, page 1 is the request for waiver, page 2 has a personal statement.
And I'm looking at exhibit 6 now, which is the Monmouth Police Department. This was an arrest. And I'm looking at the date on here. This was an arrest of around July of 2014. He was actually in, just for the board members, this police narrative is a page and a half. It's pretty graphic. I won't get into all the details, but it does involve a alleged rape. There was Mr. Brown was charged with a rape due to him at the time he was 18 years old. He had sexual intercourse with somebody that with a female that was 13. On the rape statute, which I have included, it's exhibit 8. And this is Arkansas rape statute, it's 514-103. And there's a couple, if you look at this, just real quick, look under A, it says a person commits rape if he or she engages in sexual intercourse or deviant sexual activity with another person. And down under 3A, it says who is less than 14 years of age. So there is not, under this statute of the rape, or I'm sorry, under this section of the rape statute, force or none of that applies. It is just a strict liability offense. If you are 18 or older and you have sex with somebody that's it's under 14, that's right. So regardless of force, regardless of consent, under Arkansas law, somebody under the age of 14 cannot consent. And it also looked down on where it says B, about halfway down, small case B, it says, it is no defense prosecution under subsection where it talks about less than 14 years of age of this section that the victim consented to the conduct. So under Arkansas law, a person under the age of 14 cannot consent to sex. So that's what this allegation came from. In the report, they did take a statement of just because of privacy and because of the nature of the victim at the time, her name is blacked out on all of this. But under that, she was 13 at the time, is that correct, Dr. Kirby?
Yes, that's correct.
And according to this report, she stated that he knew that she was 13, correct?
That is correct.
And he doesn't disagree that he had, or he admits to having sex with her. He's just saying that she told him that she was 14 at the time, correct?
That is correct.
So he was originally charged with rape under that rape statute, and then was allowed to plead to a misdemeanor harassment charge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
I had enough for.
Brown, do you have any questions on this witness?
I believe that the original arrest by the Monmouth police was a slightly lower felony. I don't believe it was rape until it was given to the Pulaski County. The case was completely transferred to Pulaski County. I believe it was under section.
That's correct. It was. I mean, I would disagree with that. It was. He was arrested for sexual assault second degree, which involves the touching of somebody under the age of 14. I was with the prosecutor's office here for 5 years. I spent 4 years of that in the sexual assault. So the sexual assault second was involved in touching of a sexual touching of somebody under the age of 14. We went to the prosecutor's office. I mean, the police arrest, they make an arrest and then the actual charges are filed by the prosecutor's office. So when you got to the prosecutor's office, they saw that it was sexual intercourse with somebody under the age of 14. So the prosecutor's office filed that charge. But he is correct on that. Alabama arrested him. I mean, it was still a felony sexual assault, but it was something less. And when they got to the prosecutor's office, they upgraded it for rape due to the allegations. So we did that.
Do you have any questions for specific witness though?
I don't believe so.
Does the board have any questions for this witness? So is there a question, counsel?
I'm just further, I'll turn it over to Blair.
Okay, Mr. Brown, here's your opportunity to present your case.
All right. Under your own rules and regulations, not using my phone, right? I have it on the website. It states that there can be exceptions given by the board, circumstances such as if I'm interpreting this correctly, under which the age in which it was committed, circumstances surrounding the crime, length of time since the crime, subsequent work history, employment references, and character references. I have a list of work references and which can duly be viable as character references as well. Since this offense that I was charged with, it has been just shy of 7 years since this has happened. I was 2 weeks into being 18 years old. I did make a mistake, and I do believe that I learned from it more than learned from it. I have had no history since then, and I believe I am still, applicable for this, license with that evidence.
No questions.
Does the board have any questions for this witness? Okay, seems there
I do. On your statement of misdemeanor charge, the addendum that you put on your application. You still kind of left it at misdemeanor charge of harassment. Do you ever think about being a little more forthcoming?
I'm not really sure how much, to the not formally, legally, but I didn't know that that was her issue, so.
Yes, next question.
I think, again, just to be clear, at the time that this happened,
I'm not entirely clear on all of the, points of the case because
I had nothing to do with that.
I did not believe she was.
Let me read it.
I believe she was
I
looking.
want to just be clear. You were 18 at the time this happened.
Correct.
At the time this happened, you thought she was 14.
No, I don't believe so, no.
What?
I don't believe so, no.
Well, how old did you think? Let's ask it this way. At the time this happened, how old did you think she was?
16, 17, not 14, I promise.
Okay, where did you work?
Where did I work at the time? I worked at a community school.
Is this the same group that you did a picture of it?
I believe so.
And what was your position at the school?
I was just a slide worker. Slash concessions. I work slides and concessions.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay. Since there are no other questions.
I have a couple just based on questioning from the, I'm looking at, Mr. Brown, I'm looking at exhibit 6, which is the case summary from the Monmouth Police Department. I'm looking at page 2 of 3. Then on the very bottom of that second big paragraph, it says Caleb also stated that he believed that she was 15 years old and she later told him she was 14. So you knew You said she never told you how old she was,
That's correct.
so they put it in here 2 different times, and that's just not true.
I believe this is just her side.
Well, down the very bottom, it's talking about your, that whole paragraph that starts with, on 7/16, I myself and Detective Robert from Hall Mail and waiting for Caleb. Caleb arrived, we asked him to speak with us, and he agreed. So they're saying he agreed to talk to him.
As I stated earlier, everything from this interview that they're referring to was to be tossed out of the case.
Well, this in that criminal case, but that's, whatever happened in that criminal case is really not relevant today. So whether or not it got tossed out, did you tell the police that you knew she was at least 14 years old?
14, like I said, it's almost 7 years ago. I don't.
So when you told Dr. Richmond a minute ago that you thought that she was at a minimum 16 or 17, that wasn't the truth.
I do believe that.
But you just said, you just agreed that she told you that she was 14.
I don't believe she was 14.
So even though she told you, but you agree she told you that?
She never told me her relation.
This occurred again. Attempted to have sex with her again. In the first paragraph, blank out her name, stated that she and Neil tried to have sex approximately a month ago in the vehicle of about the soccer field, said that for 2 months and they stopped crying, and then you all dated for a couple months.
Trying is a loose word, but there was never sexual contact, like penetration.
It's hers.
You suggested a while ago, you differentiated, I forget what the context was, so I want to clarify. That you said that, I think it was in the context whether this was right or wrong or not, you said more of it. Are you right, are you sorry that this, it doesn't strike me that you're being down, so
Very much am. That's why I clarified that it morally isn't right, but legally it would be legal. There is legal enough.
I have 2 questions. The first is, how did you know this?
Girl, we had met about a year or 2 prior at my work, and we vaguely stayed in contact. She moved, I believe, and then back, and we reconnected. But she was back in town.
that was 11 or 12?
Did, and this is actually not a follow-up, not the second question, but did you go to school with her? Were you aware of what grade she was in? And my second question is, were you required to?
No.
Further questions?
So I'm going to ask them, leaving out all the legal things, why don't you just, and not graphically, but tell us what happened that night?
I had called her and I wanted to meet up, so I did. I went and picked her up. I brought her back to my house. We had sex. I hung out with her for a little longer. I wanted to go back. I needed to go back home and she had some sort of whatever else to do. And so I took her back, and that was the end of that day. Between
And y'all did or didn't?
no, we remained friends. It was quite clear.
Any other questions?
So you might need to went from rape to I think that happened.
As I stated, I do believe that their main cause of allegation towards me was completely tossed out of the case. So I don't feel that they had sufficient evidence against me to successfully convict me of a rape charge. It's a pretty heavy charge for.
Maybe I missed it. How did the police get involved?
She was questioned by her father about, I don't know, I guess he saw that she was texting me or something, and he asked who I was, and then she got nervous, and I don't know, I guess he asked my age or something. I'm not clear on everything, but then she apparently, what I'm told is that she was panicking and then told him that we had an intercourse. And of course, naturally, he was curious and contacted the police.
Do you have a job or position as a pharmacy tech lined up? Do you have?
I do, at the ready if I were to pursue that. I mostly came here to prove my name, and if I wanted to, pharmacy license, I was very dependent on it. And when I was denied, I had to seek that process. I was working with FedEx for a while, so.
Once you were denied, you had to change your course.
I was very focused on this. I didn't think I was going to be denied it.
You didn't have a job for a pharmacy.
Why did you not show up for the interview?
I completely missed the date. I just lost track of it entirely. That was on me. Currently, I am employed at McCarty Nissan.
You want to be a pharmacy technician?
I'd like to be a pharmacy technician because I think the experience would be new to me. I'm enjoying career experiences, jobs, etc. My degree has all sorts of jobs that I've tried on. I just enjoy the experiences and really kind of be a foot in the medical field sort of. I'd like to do like athletic training and things in the future.
Yes, thank you. The facts of the criminal case are pretty straightforward. As somebody who used to work at the prosecutor's office and spent several years there and spent a lot of time prosecuting domestic violence and sexual assault cases, there are a lot of reasons those cases don't get resolved. The way they're charged, there's a lot of reasons they get brought down. Evidence could be thrown out for various technicality reasons. Witnesses don't cooperate. Victims don't want to testify. Victims' families, especially when that victim is a child, their families don't want them in a courtroom testifying to what happened to them, whatever that case may be. That's beyond a reasonable doubt in a criminal case. This is not. It states in the police report that she stated to the police that he knew how old she was. He stated, according to the police report, he stated that she knew that she was a minimum 14 years old. And he's today saying that's not true. The police don't just make up random facts. Rape, whatever reason, it was reduced to, rape is a strict liability offense. He knew, he had sex with a person who was under the age of 14 at that time. And I don't remember who pointed it out, Dr. Richmond, Dr. Jolly, somebody, a minute ago. Still even today, it's almost, I don't know,
I mean, almost appears to be sitting here, I mean, arrogantly answering questions and won't even admit to what he told the police in here. I mean, you just have to look at it as, I mean, from a public safety standpoint. Do you want him in a pharmacy? I mean, it's a yes or no. I mean, do you feel comfortable having him in a pharmacy when, I mean, if he walks out here with a license? So that's, thank you.
We will recess for deliberations. Reaches a decision back on.
I'm not in favor of giving this gentleman pharmacy paper.
I guess they were on, I haven't heard from you.
We're back on the record.
Okay, I want to hear a motion in Kendra Henderson Brown.
I'll make it. Senator Kendra Brown, case number 2021-049. Allegations 1 through 7 having been proven are true, and the charges having been proven, I make a motion that pharmacy technician license.
Have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Aye. Nay. The motion carries.
With the record reflects decision unanimous, this is the finding of allegations as true and the charge as true, as well as the denial of the license. Council, you can reduce the board's decision writing and service upon respondent. Respondent appears to appeal the decision. The appeal can take relating to this board. Allowing the administrator to back or something. 5:15 and set. If there are no other questions or comments, this hearing is concluded and the record is closed.
I'll get you a copy of the order that says what, how they ruled today, and it'll lay out that you can file an appeal through the circuit court if you so choose. Thank you.
So just a note, we do need to take a quick break so they can reset part of our technology. It was having some connectivity issues. So we want to take like a 5-minute break.
All right.
You're back unmuted and broadcasting again on our YouTube channel. This is Kendra and Mr. Jackson, I'm turning to you.
All right, Assistant Attorney General after Jackson, our hearing officer, today in the matter of Hannah Mallett, case number 2021-033, which is to be heard before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, June 9th, 2021. The respondent, please identify yourself for the record.
Hannah Mallett.
I know you're represented by counsel.
I'm sorry.
Where you have the right to be represented by counsel, and chosen. Did you receive a copy of the order and notice of hearing?
I'm sorry.
Are you ready to proceed?
Yes.
Counsel, can you identify yourself?
Luke Daniel, the General Counsel of Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
Okay. For the benefit of anyone present today who may not appear in an administrative hearing, the board will base its decision solely on the evidence. This hearing is held under the Administrative Procedures Act, which means the strict rules of evidence do not apply if the parties will be given latitude in introducing evidence. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make its decision. To ensure the efficiency of the proceeding, I will grant objections or caution parties only as necessary. If there's anything that you have in your possession that you want the board to consider, we must offer it here today. All participants to the hearing should be aware that these proceedings are subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and as such, all parts of the hearing, including the deliberations of the board, are open to the public. It is important that all persons necessary to the hearing are in the room during the hearing. If a party, attorney, or board member needs to take a break, then the order advises them to take a break. Council, is your witness here?
Dr. Junker.
Ms. Mallett, are you testifying on your behalf? Okay, do you have any other witnesses? Okay. If both of you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Let the record reflect both witnesses at least one. Council's are preliminary matters to be discussed.
Would just ask you to take judicial notice of Arkansas statutory law and board, the rules and regulations, and we move to the enter exhibits 1 to 7 at this time.
We'll take judicial notice of the statutes and regulations as requested. Do you have any objection to the hearing packet being admitted? Without objection, the packet will be admitted. Is there anything you have in your possession to offer or like to offer that answer to that?
I do have the order of protection that I had to get on the person that made the complaint. I've done that probably a week prior to him trying to turn me to the board. And that's it.
Like to offer that answer to that?
Yes, sir.
What's your first?
I'm not asking for so. I have no objection to it.
And it'll be so.
She'll make some copies and we'll back.
While she's making copies, council, if you would go ahead and say.
I'm not going to.
Okay. I give the respondents the option of like making a motion statement, I don't have any referring to a portion of the case. So we'll make a motion statement now, you can wait until you present your evidence, you can, or, you know, there's no rule requiring to make one call for that matter. Okay. So you. Okay. Council, may proceed.
State Laws Director, John Curley. Mr. Curley, we'll briefly go through this, and this started with, I believe, I'm looking back, let's flip over actually to exhibit 6. It started, I guess, actually with a phone call to you, is that correct? You just kind of walk us through the information you got there.
Yes, originally I had received a phone call from someone explaining that Ms. Malik was involved in taking illicit or prescription drugs. I asked them that I would need something in writing, and as I recall, got an email address that sent a link directly to the filing a complaint part of our website, and they started interacting with me back and forth via email over what drugs it was, and where she was working.
And who was this from? Who did you talk to?
The gentleman's name is Stephen Henry, I believe.
Was he at the pharmacy or was this just somebody outside of the farm?
This was not someone in the pharmacy. He, I believe, he told us that he had been her boyfriend previously or something like that.
And did you actually speak with somebody in the pharmacy?
I did. This is actually back in my hometown. I know several people there. When I called the pharmacy and spoke to the pharmacist, they said they let me know that Ms. Malik was supposed to be working that day, but she had been arrested. They understood within the previous couple of days for another issue regarding some thefts at Walmart.
And speaking of that, we'll flip over to exhibit 7, which is the last one. This was a summary event. She was actually questions in charge with obstructing criminal operations. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Their police were investigating against the theft of several gaming devices, I believe. It says PlayStations at a Walmart, and they tracked through their investigation to a subject, last name Nations, ended up tracing all the way back to her house.
That's correct.
And she was interviewed, and actually the devices, the boxes from the devices were actually found at her residence. Is that correct?
Well, it sounds like it was a box that the devices had been placed in. I do not know if it was the actual devices, the boxes for the devices themselves.
And she was questioned about that by the police, and the police established that she was not being truthful at the time, and they charged her with obstruction. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm looking at exhibit 3. No, I'm sorry. I'm looking at exhibit 5. So after we found out all this information and there was an allegation of drug use, of illicit drug use, there was an allegation of her being involved in possibly a theft, but at a minimum, making false statements about theft. So the board sent her a proposed surrender. Is that correct?
Yes, we sent her a request for voluntary surrender of her technician registration. That's also done in part, she was not working as a technician in that pharmacy at that time. So it appeared she was not utilizing her tech registration either, but we wanted to get a voluntary surrender so she did not change her status where she was.
And we said that on March 16th, and never heard back from that, from her on that voluntary surrender. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm looking at Station Exhibit 2, which is the emergency order suspension. So based on us not hearing back from her, anything on that first mail letter, the board suspended her license on April 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. That's
And
correct.
then the matter was set today.
Yes, sir.
And she's here today, so she obviously received notes.
Yes,
correct. And the address, her address on file for the board, which is Exhibit 4, which is 729 Lucas Lane, Canton. Every bit of correspondence has been sent to that address, correct?
That is correct.
So if she got the order to be here today, then she got that original proposed surrender.
We would think yes.
And so it was the board that, it was the pharmacy in Camden that actually notified you that she had been arrested on an incident not related to the pharmacy.
When I've been told regarding the complaints I was getting, they let me know that she was not working at that time, that she had been arrested.
What did they say, if anything, about the complaint?
I believe they appear to be aware of this, the person that was complaining being involved in her life and being a problem. They seem to indicate that she was trying to put some aspects of her life back together and get on a better track. They were helping her by trying her out as a clerk at that time, and we're unsure if they would have opening for a technician or not.
Do you have any questions for this witness? Does the board have any questions for this witness?
Exhibit 6, very top of the second page, it says Hannah Couch
Same person.
and then Kelsey Mallock. So I'm sort of confused because it's got her first name and somebody else's last name. So
Hannah Couch is the same person, it's her. Hannah Couch and Helen and Kelsey Malik's a maiden name, correct? And Kelsey Malik is her sister, who is a pharmacist. So that's, Hannah Couch is, in Morrison's is the name of the pharmacy. So it's a little, that is, Morrison's is the name of the pharmacy, Hannah Couch is her name, and Kelsey Malik is her sister.
And the reason her sister was included is he was saying that, and she has a sister who's a pharmacist, but there appeared to be no connection to the sister giving her drug or anything else. But it was, this is where I was trying to get in writing what someone was trying to tell me over the phone. Because anytime we have complaints, we try to get them in writing as best we can, so we actually have specific facts.
One more question. I think I know the answer to this, but for the record, you're from Camden. You know these people personally, or?
So I do not know either the respondent or her sister that I'm aware of, or the individual's complainant. I do know the pharmacist at the local pharmacy that I called and spoke to.
I figured if you did, you would have told us, but.
I think I got caught up in the story about the theft so please explain just briefly where the meth, weed, Xanax, hydros, and options come in.
So I honestly haven't been able to connect that, but the person who complained, the initial complaint was, this person is a pharmacy tech and she's using all kinds of drugs. And so I'm like, well, what drugs are there? Is she stealing drugs from pharmacy? And basically they gave me a laundry list of drugs, which is concerning because you have both, prescription drugs and illegal drugs. When I got that information, I took the phone, spoke to Katie, McMullen Bosnick, who's another one of my classmates from pharmacy school, done that for years. And it was kind of an, oh my gosh, well, she's not at work today. We know that guy, that's a problem in her life, but she's apparently had some other issue where she's been arrested as part of a theft issue that's related to her or somehow involves her with Walmart.
And you said the sister, Kelsey Malik, was not involved.
It did not even appear to me that he was making allegations that the sister was either diverting drugs to her or using drugs, but, oh, it's her sister, she knows about it, kind of deal. We did not find any reason to even involve the sister when we found this other information.
Kelsey Malik, I think, is a partner.
Correct. I believe so.
Any other questions? This time the rest? Yes. Small, this time you can offer, the statement that's on your back.
I think I should explain the theft property deal. I'm sure you're aware of the post report. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. They had showed up at my house and they were looking for this guy and he had taken my car and I tried to get him to come back. He had taken my car, I'm sorry, let me backtrack. He had taken my car, whatever day it was that he did on March 9th. And I thought he was taking it to clean it, but apparently he took it to steal from Walmart. And I had no idea about any of it. I was at work. He was late picking me up for work that day. He didn't know why. But apparently that's what had happened. So they thought that I had something to do with it. But I just thought he was going.
So there was no. So I guess a complaint about drug use. Was there any existing drug use then?
No, there wasn't. I was around people that I had got caught with the wrong crowd when I moved to Camden, but I was not on anything. He put on Facebook, he had made many Facebook posts about me. and said that he was gonna ruin my life and that I would have nothing when he was done with me.
So when y'all were in a relationship,
We were,
and I guess you got this order of protection on it today on it. It was good for 6 months, so it was good for, it's good to October 12th of this year. And so this is the same, Stephen Henry.
it is, that, the day before, I believe it was March 1st, we got in a really big fight and he was abusing me and, he had been abusing me since October of last year, but I'm just not done anything about it. And finally, that was my last straw. And when I went to work the next morning, I was very upset and I had bruises all over me, all over my face, and my work would not let me go home at lunch. They made me go to the police station. I got the order of protection put on him, and then he was arrested. And then after that, I guess because I got him arrested, that upset him, and so he wanted to ruin my life.
Yeah, so you got the order of protection on April 12th, is that correct? I mean, it says that on here, that's when you got it.
That's when I had the court
Court date.
for that, but I got the emergency order of protection on the second.
April.
Oh, no, March.
And this was March the 12th, email that, or the phone call and the email that I currently received was around March 12th. So, and how long did you work at Morrison's Pharmacy?
From January 4th to March 9th.
That's-
Whenever they came to get me for the obstructing governmental operations, I just assumed that I didn't work there anymore. I was really embarrassed that the whole situation happened. And one of my coworkers went up there to the police station and was talking to me, and she was just like, "We're very disappointed," and all that. So I just assumed, and I never went back.
So who is, Jordan Nations? Who's that?
He was just an acquaintance.
How long? You on a relationship?
No,
So you called him, he just said, "Hey, can I take your car and clean?"
we were just friends, and I needed my car cleaned, so I asked him if he could do it, and I guess he took advantage of that situation.
So when he left, and then, had he ever come back to the house before the police showed up?
No, he went to Sonic to get us some breakfast, and then I called him and said, "Hey, the cops are here, I need you to get here, they're gonna arrest me." Because that's what they told him, that if he didn't show up, that they were arresting me, which didn't make any sense to me.
Okay, so he never showed, so from the time he left, and from the time the cops got there, he never came back.
No,
Okay,
so
so how did the box from the police station get there then?
So, apparently, he had gotten there, he came there the day before, and I saw this box, I was at work, but when I came home, I saw this box in my driveway. Well, I thought it was just trash that was blowing up, because I lived in a kind of not very nice neighborhood, but it was not like this, at the time. So I just thought it was trash that was blowing up, and he threw it away, and in the police report, it says that I said that I threw it away, but I never touched the box. I did not even know what that box was until they told me, the police told me.
So how long was he gone with your car that day the police showed up?
They showed up at 8 in the morning. I think he left at like 7:30.
Okay, so the theft didn't occur that morning.
No, sir, it occurred, I believe it was March.
And so this, so that was on March 9th, so what day was this that they showed up to your house?
I believe it was March 12th. My days are.
So what was, so I guess he stayed the night or something, I mean, what was
No,
he just came?
he came there about.
So what happened to your obstruction of governmental operations charge?
I went to court on, it was just a few weeks ago, I believe the 21st, and I went up there and the prosecuting attorney said she's here for obstructing government operations, and nothing else was said about it. The judge said, "Okay, you're free to go, let me off the record."
Okay, so they just, so you get, was it like pass and dismiss for a year, if you don't get any problems in a year, it goes away, something like that?
I guess so. I don't really know that. That's just all they told me. And I was like, okay, I can leave. Yes.
Did you get that, and you still live at 729 Lucas?
No, sir. I moved back with my parents.
But you did live there during this time?
I did.
I know. Have you updated your address before, by the way?
I have not, but I'll
Will you do that before you leave?
yes, sir.
Board have any questions of this witness?
Did you may have said this, but why didn't you come? You didn't come to the original hearing that we called?
I was kind of confused about that. I thought that,
It wasn't an original hearing, it was, we sent it post. I just never heard back from it. It wasn't an informal.
So the ex-boyfriend made a claim that you brought drugs, and we haven't really substantiated that. And then the guy that borrowed your car, assuming more than likely had stole this while he had your car. And then somehow that tracked back to you, I guess. But even after the fact or waiting till this turned into something, you really didn't have any idea that he had stolen this stuff?
I don't know, not until they came in.
You were working at the pharmacy, you were not working as a tech, but you had a license. Had you ever used, work as a tech anyplace else?
Yes, ma'am. I started at Walmart in Magnolia in March of 2019, and with no experience at all, I moved myself up to lead tech.
So how long did you work for Walmart as a tech?
From March 19th, or March 2019 to December 12th. Interaction with either of these. No. No.
Anyone else?
Can you speak to the allegation of illegal drugs? He just wanted to ruin my life, so he knew that that would be one way that would ruin it. But I did not do it. Did not, can you clarify? Did not. Thanks.
Seems there are no further questions, Captain.
I have no further questions.
Is there any other statement you'd like to add? Closing up.
Just not really closing argument, but just, her license is suspended, so she's here requesting that be reinstated. So that's what your decision is either reinstate the vote or not suspend. I mean, I'm not gonna get into, really closing statement, there's nothing permanent. As already been said, facts wise, I don't think that's a call. But this is drug use, so the board looked into it, we could substantiate it, they went back to the pharmacy, could get a drug test, so. And then she was arrested for being involved, I guess, after the fact in that theft of property for, the extortion charge came from, the police believe she wasn't being honest with them about where that box came from, about the status of those police stations. So this is what we had, allegation of drug use, it was substantiated, whatever her involvement was after the fact of that theft. But some board just need to make a decision, either reinstate, remain suspended, or officially.
Closing statement. Since there's no closing statement, this time we'll go off the record, for deliberations, right?
Yeah, that's what they get away from. Okay.
I'm just getting back to y'all, so I'm not, y'all are talking for me since I'm not for the deliberation.
It all sounds a little fishy and strange, but I don't think she has a charge against her that is substantiated enough that we should put on her license. I would probably just reinstate it. So long we don't, I just don't think. And then we know export this might say.
I think, I agree with Lenore, I mean, yeah, there's a lot of stuff going on around, designations, which is, but nothing's good for me. Down at the neighborhood she was in, or from friends that she had back home. I was. And in her hours, start all over again.
Okay.
I mean, it sounds to me like we had an expert firm that appears to be an unsubstantiated claim with the board. We found out some of this way, but it was also on arrest, so we suspended it. It sounds like she's been around for long before. Take the steps to try. That's a pretty abstract history, but it sounds like pretty good one. Walmart might hold it. We'd have to go back on the record. We asked this story, so do we will suspend because of the arrest or suspend because she would show up?
She was given the opportunity to surrender, voluntarily surrender, like, and she would have probably been sent for informal. She did not respond to the surrender, so we called an emergency. Here, so now we're suspended for that overrating. I mean, I think this is a tough lesson. People that even know they're struggling. It's not always good.
Yeah, and you know, sometimes it's exciting. You kind of, that excitement and bad response to it. And hopefully you learn this and won't go back to that. Do you have any comments?
Okay, I think, maybe engage and bond with your sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've talked to your sister on the phone many times, so. So here I am talking to you, but I can say up here that she needs to listen to her sister's in your reflection of her reputation, so it's very important that you do the right thing. She has a license and she's upholds everything, and she needs you to do it too.
Who wants to make a motion?
Who hasn't been?
So, I think let's talk through the the allegations. So 1, 4 would be the one where I have a question on, because 1 is just anxious prosecution, 2, that the board received a complaint. It doesn't say that the complaint was substantiated. 3 is that the board contacted. 4.
Yeah, I mean, you can say 1, 2, 3, 5 true, 4 is not true. You can go about if that's what you want to do.
She was charged with it, it's the and. She might not have been a co-defendant, hide evidence, but, I mean, she really was charged with the certainty, but that probably didn't. Before we could consider it wasn't.
I would like to say that 4 is not true, because I feel like if 4 was true, and if we all believe that she was intentionally trying to hide evidence of stolen property, that we would not be comfortable with retaking her. Right. So I would like to find allegation 4 not to be true.
So the charges are not.
Not great.
So you still want me to make a motion?
I believe in
We need to go back on the record this matter.
Well, I think it's in a motion, please.
Madam President, in the matter of Malcolm, pharmacy technician PTO 9558, case number 2021-033. I find that allegations 1, 2, 3, and 5 to be true, and all charges to be not proved.
I'll second that. And we got a, motion by Dr. Kraus.
Did I make a motion?
Well, you need to say what you're gonna do. Who's reinstate?
Oh, yeah, that's key. Before, I do not believe it's true, so I didn't say it. But, my motion is that, we should award her a pharmacy technician. Reinstate.
I'll second that.
There's a motion, we're back on.
We're back on.
We've got a motion in a second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Okay.
Let the record reflect the decision unanimous, the findings, allegations 1 through 3 and 5 were true. By the omission of 4, that is not true, the charges were found as not proven, and the license is totally reinstated.
Now we get all this to you in order, but if you just want to have a seat out front and hang out for a few minutes, we'll get your license.
Thank you.
Unless there's anything else that needs to be addressed or discussed, the matter's closed. Congratulations.
Is there something like
There are people outside.
I think they're all apartment.
Yeah.
The last one's not here, so we'll briefly go through it. It's Henderson.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Whenever this group is.
It doesn't matter what's recent.
And I have talked to staff, nobody's heard from her, she's not here.
I'll still, for the purpose of due process, just walk out the hallway. Yell it. Assistant Attorney General Adam Jackson, I'm the hearing officer today in the matter of Kendra Henderson Miller. Case number 2021-042, which is heard before the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy. Today is Wednesday, June 9th, 2021. Respondent is not at the table. The record reflect I'm going into the hallway to make a call for the respondent. Let the record reflect that I went to the hallway, inquired of Kendra Henderson or Kendra Miller. No one answered by that name. So the record reflects that the respondent is not here or is not present. Can board's counsel on the comments?
Luke Daniel, General Counsel, Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy.
give you guys a Reader's Digest version of my explanation of the proceedings. The board is going to base its decision solely on the evidence presented here today. This hearing is presented in the Administrative Procedures Act, which means the strict rules of evidence do not apply. The parties will be invited to presenting evidence to promote a fair hearing. This is to promote a fair hearing and provide the board with adequate information to make its decision. If there's anything that you'd like to present to the board, you can present the evidence here today. As always, participants should be aware that this proceeding is subject to the Freedom of Information Act, and such all parts of the hearing, including deliberations of the board, are open to the public. If at any time anybody wants to leave the room, just let me know. We'll take a break. Otherwise, it's important that everybody's here for the hearing. Council's preliminary issues need to be addressed.
Just ask that you take additional notice of Arkansas statutory law and pharmacy board rules and regulations. So now we can move to enter exhibits 1 through 8.
And because there's no respondent, there's no objection, they will be admitted. Is the sheriff with us here?
Dr. Kirby.
Raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give with the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
The record reflects what this has been sworn. Council, you may proceed.
Dr. Kirby will briefly go through a few of the exhibits. Looking at exhibit 1, which is the order notice of hearing, and looking at the next last page of that, it does have a hearing date. It's today, June 9th, 2021 at 2 p.m. Central.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Ms. Henderson was not present too, is not present now. Is that correct?
She is not.
And exhibit 2 is the emergency order of suspension where the board suspended her pharmacy technician permit on April 28th of this year. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm showing, jumping over to exhibit 3. This is the proof of service of the order notice of hearing. This order and letter was mailed via certified mail and standard mail to her address record with the board. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that is 107 Code in Marion, Arkansas.
That is, and it shows a screenshot from our licensure system. I would exhibit 4 also look at that.
And it actually shows on the tracking, it actually shows this was delivered at that address, correct?
That is correct.
This office was notified that this pharmacy technician was admitted to the verdict of controlled substance for pharmacy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And I'm looking at exhibit 7, the second page of exhibit 7 is the report from Walgreens, and in here she confessed to Walgreens to stealing 300 hydrocodone, 10 25 tablets, and 1 bottle of methazine codeine. Is that correct?
That is correct. It's outlined in the second paragraph.
And 8 is actually a written statement where she writes her statement, and in that statement confesses to stealing medication, specifically hydrocodone. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Say it no further.
Any questions? All right, seeing as there are no questions of this witness, council, anything else?
Just ask the third license to vote.
I'm assuming that y'all need to go off record deliberations. Are y'all ready? All right, we're gonna stay on the record then.
All right. So in the matter of Kendra Henderson, another pharmacy technician, PT 94477, case number 2021-042. The board finds allegations A1 through A5 true and charges C1 through C5 proven. I make a motion that we revoke the pharmacy technician permit.
Second.
Motion is second. Any further discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any nays? The motion passes.
Okay, let the record reflect the vote was unanimous, that the allegations A1 and A5 are proven true, C1 through C5 proven, and that the license has been revoked. Council, you can attempt to serve the produces a writing survey on the respondent. If possible, if the respondent cares to appeal the decision, the appeal can be taken under any specific provisions relating to this board under the Administrative Procedures Act, found in Arkansas Code Annotated 25-5201. There's nothing else. The hearing is now concluded. The record will be closed.
And Mr. Jackson and Ms. Grootby, that's all we have hearing wise. Thank y'all so much for being here today.
Thank you.
We'll have more entertainment in about 3 months.
Well, certainly not as much as we've had this afternoon.
We got some informals in January, Laura will talk about that. We made it set date in August. But I know we've got a few things, I've got a few things that we need to talk about. And y'all need to elect new officers. And we would like to go ahead and set the February dates if possible. We like to have it set at least 2 out, so on the calendar, everybody knows. And then, date, we talked about yesterday about a date for hearings in August. We have one that's gonna take all day. I talked to that is the pharmacy, I talked to the council. And we both believe that it will be a full day. Talked about, and then we have 2 more issues that are like half days that it's just not room for in October. We already have some stuff set in October. So if we can look at a date, and we were discussing maybe August, and I know we mentioned the date yesterday, maybe the week of August 9th, if that was doable. I know one of the attorneys is out the week before, and I was doing a presentation on the week before for some pharmacy law stuff, so we're looking at maybe the week of August 9th, either the 10th, 11th, or 12th, or 13th, somewhere in there, if we can get 2 days. It would be full board hearings.
I know I'll be taking one to college. Do we need to send you a survey with a couple dates to look at? Or I can just, I'll know, I'll find out by the end of this week, I can call you too. So let's pick like 3 days and we'll email them to see which one will work. But I think the 11th, 12th, I will shoot for her, like, check to see if that will work for them.
But everything has to, because
It's a formal, as long as we have a quorum, if 7 of you can be here on 2 days and 1 day, we can work around that, easily, but as long as there's a quorum, we need at least 5 members. Granted, we would like to have 8, but of course, we realize a lot of times it's hard to, I know, it's just, it's 2 months away, a lot of people are different.
So is there any 2 days the week before? I know there's.
One of the attorneys is out on the 3rd, on Tuesday, and I'm out on that Thursday. So
it basically wants us from being able to put 2 days in previously.
That's the only day that I can do other things around.
yeah, so we were
One
going
just
to
got to
do
be, yes, well.
And then another one the following week.
Yeah. So
and the following week school starts everywhere.
Yeah,
So that's just not going to be.
Could we do the 9th and the 10th, which is Monday, Tuesday, and then just not have Amy on the 10th?
I had no issue with starting on Monday.
Yeah, that might work better. I know that.
No,
I just,
I don't know.
August is terrible.
And actually, which day did you say wasn't good for you?
You said 9 and 10.
Because I'm going to ask you to repeat this.
Yes.
That you're already aware of.
Yes.
And that is all day here.
So that's the day where
That's
where
right.
you can have everybody on that day since I will.
Yeah, she will have to, I'm going to ask her to use, not like any issue. You have no issue with that.
I would really like to.
I imagine you would. So yeah, so that would be, if we could do that on the first day, and if y'all, if the 9th and 10th works for you, then everybody can be here then, and then, if you're not available on the 10th, we've still got 7. Those dates okay with you, Ms. Carroll, in case you're still with us?
So.
Because I know last time, I don't think we got an appointment until like September, October. You never know, it could
If we're in
be,
a situation where we have 7 and one is recused, then that's potential for a 3-3, so I'd rather not have.
and then, yeah.
Now, on if it's the full day or 1.5 days, that we're using on the 10th, I could zoom into something if it started at like 2:30 or later, if you needed me that morning, I just, sorry.
And that's fine. The way it's looking on that other day, it would be 2 half days. So one about 3 or 4 hours, one about 3 or 4 hours, and it would probably be all day. Yeah, so that's not gonna be a problem, but yeah, I mean, if we have 7, and it breaks up being 3 and 3, we've always got, we do the president is.
Yeah, the president generally does a vote plus tie, so even number of 6 should prevent there being a tie.
Yeah, so we should never have a tie, really, because if there's 7 and it's 3 and 3, then the president will break it. And then if there's 6, then only 5 are going to be voting, so hopefully we would never have.
But potentially our president would be recused.
And then it would just go to whoever's next, whoever the vice president or secretary treasurer, or whatever.
What is July dates that we're right now?
Yeah, July dates for informal are 7th and 8th. And they're already looking pretty full.
In person.
In person, everything, yeah, y'all voted from now on, everything's gonna be in person unless something drastic changes.
Except for reciprocity.
Yes, except for reciprocity, that, I mean, I hope that goes, virtually into perpetuity.
So formal and informal.
Yes. Like I said, y'all stated that everything from now on will be in person, hearing wise, appearance wise, except reciprocity. And, you know, we've got one in July that, I mean, we're still doing the occasional, like we had one yesterday, like Wisconsin. Yeah. And, I mean, and then we've got one in July that's informal that other councils have some surgery. I like this, I mean, we can certainly, so we're making a few smaller sections, but, you know, for the very most part, everything's.
And there's still some corporations that aren't allowing travel. In fact, we're having to fill out with the Department of Health, like when our travel really opens back up for anything outside. So I'm gonna have a conversation about that.
There are still a few states that are having breakouts. Yeah, I mean, here and there, you'll hear, you know.
Yeah, we may not want something.
I know.
Yeah, like I said, I mean, they were supposed to, you know, my mom's church in Camden, some of the kids were supposed to go on a trip this week. And like 4 people at camp that weren't there came out. So there's still small breakouts happening here and there. So, yeah, we're looking at, like I said, the 7th and 8th, and if that August 9th and 10th, we'll put it down. And I'll put Amy out on the 10th.
In February.
And then Becca will recuse on the 9th. And then
February would be the.
yeah, October date's already set, those who don't have it down, 12, 13. Multigon, those of you that are looking at it, it's the next week after the board meeting.
And they've got those dates. That's what February right now would be normally scheduled February 8th and 9th.
Or is it?
But we were not doing testing the day before anymore, because they're coming in 5 or 6 at a time. So we don't want, you know, 40 to 50.
So staff usually blocks the day before for prep and anything else anyway.
Right, so 8 to 9.
Yeah, the day before is fine, so rather.
So if it matters, I would try to make that February 8th and 9th, so we have the ability to pivot it to Zoom if like there's crazy weather.
Yeah.
Or all of a sudden we
We're-
travel restrictions again or something like that.
So we're prepared for that on the staff side. There's some issues potentially with hearings that we might have to bump to later. date.
Yeah, I mean, we can get a hold of people, I mean, they get the order that says they do appear in person, so. I mean, there was an issue with that during the emergency order that the governor, there was an issue, I mean, they could appear by, but they had to appear by Zoom. But now if they say, no, I want to put in person, we definitely said it, but the other ones will say, yeah, I mean, we'll be able to do it when we're here.
Well, probably the 7th, if they couldn't leave.
Yeah, and usually, yeah.
We know, we
Yeah,
can get.
I mean, if somebody's having weather, we can go to the place, they're having a fly in, yeah. I mean,
So February 8th and 9th or 9th?
8th and 9th. I mean, let's go ahead if it's possible and set it for 3 days, and if we don't need that 10th, kind of like we did in October, You know, we've said it for 3 days, but I'm not gonna put anything on that third day unless it just gets down to it.
Well, I think, Lenora and I have set the 11th or 18th. They haven't decided which date, but we have to travel projects.
Also, no for, NAPD. Well, then, you know, but we can set 8 and 9, and then we need to set another date.
And it's still okay if I step out during this process, so you would have on second.
Yeah. We know you have that Tuesday meeting.
I know, it's a second weekend.
Yeah.
I would say everyone.
I used to have that.
Yes.
So we've got, February days, we've got all those days. So I'll send out an email when we get back with all of the dates for, through February. Dr. Brown, you good February 8th and 9th? Think of any reason that doesn't work for you? No, sir. Yes, I'm fine with it. I can think of no reason why I would. And we've got, this is just an application that the board has received without getting into specifics about the name, but we've had.
Yeah, I can get that. It's, some of the questions you guys even had with Costco yesterday, we've had previously with Sam's, when you have closed clubs, so to speak, that once you have a prescription there, can you still go in to access your prescription if you're no longer a member of the club? And everyone before has told us, yes, we will still give you access to prescriptions. That's a separate consideration. You can't shop in the store. We've got an out-of-state entity that has a similar situation, but if you don't maintain your membership with their club, they will no longer give you access to your prescription care.
And I don't know, it sounds more like a pay for membership pharmacy.
Yeah, it's you pay to have a membership to the pharmacy, and then you can get your drugs at cost.
So they make money off the membership instead of off the drugs. That's kind of what it is.
So we weren't going to sign off on it initially, staff, unless you guys told us to go ahead. We did not know if you want us to process it, if you want to talk to them at a future meeting or what.
I don't know that I care, because they can always call, you have to be a member to call them and say, transfer my prescription somewhere else, you know what I mean? Change the membership.
Yeah, but will the public know that they have the right to do that?
I don't know if they'll transfer it or not. I mean, the information we have is very limited. It talks about,
Transfer.
it's a membership-based wholesale pharmacy that passes along costs to the member with a valid script.
So we can talk to them. Yeah, that's not gonna hurt us. I like to understand how they're getting away with this.
I can't hear about one.
They're going to the actual acquisition cost.
Well, it says they
They make no money on the scripts, only
their
their
business
membership.
model, it says they make their money off the, it says we pass along the cost of the drug to the member with a valid prescription, so we do not make any on medication only. We do not dispense controlled substances or dispense medication without prescription, so there's no controls. It sounds like if this, I don't know what the membership is, and then it's set to you for whatever.
And do they, my thing is to accept, Medicaid, Medicare? The federal program?
We don't know that.
Yeah, that's a different twist.
Like,
You can
if
be
you
nonprofit.
pay your CEO
Yeah.
$300,000.
We'll schedule them to come in at a later meeting, further explain when the process. You have anything else, Lou?
Yeah, we need to, well, besides officers, no.
So I had one thing, I did email everyone, I believe this morning. There are several statutory issues. I have 3 rules that I have already done a good bit of work marking up. It's for things like getting rid of the endorsement process of the state management, getting rid of the endorsement process for nursing consulting and those requirements, changing the requirements to delete most of the requirements for an endorsement for administration of drugs by saying that pharmacists that are trained to do it, where it deletes the CE requirement, the CPR requirement, everything for that. There are a couple of other changes that we have to make to the statutes. The one that I've done some work on, you'll see with therapeutic substitution, it is one that we are in process of talking with the bill sponsors on a couple of these. But unless the board members have any specific issues with what we kind of send as our concept, we'd love to get you guys to endorse us going forward to see if we can start the rules promulgation process. Because what that means, we have to submit to the Department of Health, which also submits to the governor's office to see if we get approval to submit for them. Then we have to mark everything and officially submit it to legislative council. Since some of these are scope of practice issues that have to go through public health committee at the legislature, as well as potentially through rules and regs at the legislature. And some of that has to happen even before or simultaneously with us having a public comment period. So my hope would be is if you approve me to continue with those today, that at least some of them we may be able to have a public comment period at our October meeting. I don't know if it'll be before that, but that.
Would we see the final draft before it's submitted?
Yes, like I'll continue to send you further drafts, but these are kind of conceptual mock-ups. Because when I send it to the Department of Health, they may have a few things for me to tweak. You know, we have a statute this year that's about, we had one 2 years ago to help expedite licensure for armed service members. And in that process, I pointed out that there's, I believe, 7 branches of uniform service, only 5 of them are armed, depending on if you count the Coast Guard as armed service or not. But you also have NOAA and the United States Public Health Service. I don't know about NOAA, but you have spouses that are in healthcare, but for the U.S. Public Health Service, that's what I was in, very briefly. But it is full of pharmacists and physicians and nurses. And so when we wrote our rules, we wrote it to include everyone in the uniform service, not armed services. So I'm trying to check and see, do we actually need to redo the rule because we've already covered the expansion they've tried to do in the statute, but I don't actually know.
So you're asking us to go read this and let you know, or just to let you go and we'll work on it later?
I would love for you guys to instruct me to proceed with regulation changes for filing for future public comment. According to
So it still has a
statute.
lot of opportunity to change if somebody.
Yes. The one thing that wasn't in the statute, you guys had already told me to do previously, which was the authority to administer. To get rid of all of that extra, it literally would delete like a page and a half.
You need a motion?
Yes.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, have a motion on the floor. Do you have a question?
I do.
Okay.
So you'll work on these, John, and then the final draft or whatever will come before us for approval.
Yes, so we have to get, or they generally want to see that our board has endorsed us pursuing rule changes. And then that gives, the drafts of our essentially are largely complete, but we have to send that for feedback before we can actually start our official filing process with public notice.
Okay, you good? Okay, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? Motion passes.
So you guys need to elect officers, and I think right now we have Lenora as president, Debbie actually going to sit down that as chairperson, and Dr. Mitchell as the secretary treasurer. Or secretary.
I would like to nominate Becca for the presidency. And then can we have a discussion with the board? I mean, the years I've been on here, we kind of rotated it with whoever came next. You know, we just rotated through. It's obviously your time. And then I didn't. Then I wasn't sure if we had public members in the position. So I asked John, he said it's really up to the board. We haven't done it in the past, up to the board. So I think it'd be only fair to ask Amy, are you interested in doing that?
I'm happy to serve in any capacity, but don't feel the obligation to be let on the board on this.
Well, I mean,
It's up to you guys.
do y'all, does it matter to anybody if they're pharmacists? I mean, you've been here a whole lot longer than me, Lenore, so what do you think?
Larry Ross is the only one I'm aware of that ever did it. And part of that, I mean, Larry was very, very engaged in our informals and formal hearings. And we also at one point had a board member that was not interested in that leadership position at that time. And it basically even felt to suggest, you know, I'd love to see Larry do this, and all the parties kind of agree. But there's no prohibition for it to only be a pharmacist or only be a board member or anything else.
Who's the next pharmacist in the rotation?
I believe.
But I don't know that
It'd be Becca, then Lynn, then Brian, and Rodney.
And I would have, I mean,
Came on the same.
Yeah.
I would like to see where that all the pharmacists get to rotate to president, and how many, what year do you go on? Just make sure you. The
24. But 2024. So we set up where after you're president, you would be able to have your kind of
Another
chairperson. And what we talked about in some instances, if the president is unable to, you know, lead a hearing, then you can both go to the chairperson or to the secretary, so that those are kind of your options. That's kind of the model that NADP and some other major boards have done.
So with the years available to Lynn, does he have time to not be it next year, then be the?
This is your third full year, right?
Correct.
So yeah, so if he wasn't next year, then he would go out as president,
So then that is.
or after president.
If he was not reappointed, he would not have opportunity to be chairperson.
So technically, we should let Lynn be the, secretary treasurer right now, to keep the pharmacists going. I mean, I'm good with either,
Yeah, I don't have a problem taking either.
but then you're not gonna be the full image.
If I hate myself, I might reappoint.
But then you start all over.
Done that before too.
Yeah, because I think we started that, you know, Dr. Bryant didn't want to be, he didn't, said he didn't have time, or he had some other obligations, didn't he had time to be president, so he appointed Dr. Newsom again. So that's kind of where it got off, and so we started it, y'all started the chairperson.
Right. And I would like to nominate, if we can not vote yes, if we don't, I'd nominate Becca and Lynn. I don't know, president. But I'd be happy to,
Are you nominating Lenore to be chairperson?
yes.
I think that's kind of an automatic, she's kind of goes into the couch.
I mean, I would like to see each pharmacist that actually gets to get on the board to run their home. Because we have like 3 years, you need 3 years left to do everything you're supposed to do, so. I think we kind of got off course of the order, the way Steve did it last time.
It was before you went out after your presidency. Before that.
And then we purposely wanted you to be the chairperson.
Like I think it was Dr. Bickleman, you know, he went out after he was president, and I guess the next one would have been, no, the next one was you. Or would have been Steve, I guess.
Yeah.
He appointed-
And they moved one, they basically moved one up, so that
So it made that extra year.
yeah, you can be president and then still be on the board with that experience.
Because we did like a back and forth thing. I was president, you were president, and it came back.
Kind of like what NADP does, it's very simple.
Yes, it is. Okay,
So there's a motion.
a motion on the floor.
I'll second.
A second. Any questions? All in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye. Any nays? The motion passed.
Just have to go over.
Do I get a vote on that?
Yes, you do. You do get a vote on that. You get a vote on everything.
And just for the record, Dr. Newsom or Dr. Krause, one of you, in that first office day, and then run that meeting. So Dr. Henderson used, so I asked her not even to sit at the table and get involved in the discussion.
That would be a good time for Lynn to get his feedback.
I'm gonna sit here.
Why are y'all laughing about it?
But I the first one or two goes extremely awkward.
What do we?
I'm not at liberty to say that.
What are we hearing?
In August. Just need to wait till the.
It's so bad, people take all that.
So we don't supposed to discuss anything after that. That's all we know.
I mean, sometimes we just, will have people tell us, hey, I expect to call this many people for this amount of time, we go, okay.
Dr. Mitchell has knowledge of it, they're consulting business, so that's my best word.
Well, I didn't surprise. I did.
I was trying to get as much information as I could.
And we already told you the dates. Did you get them on your calendar this time?
I'll send you, anyway.
And I'm gonna say, where's Miss Carol?
Yes, August.
The last week.
I know, we may see it in August, you never know.
I mean, we never know, but this is officially, but, you will probably be back in August.
When you're leaving,
September.
when you're leaving in July, last year it was October.
It's usually
So
late.
it's just, I mean, with everything that's been going on, I'm sure appointments are not on the top of the governor's list and stuff.
Well, they have so many.
That's what I'm saying, with everything else that's going on. it's-
No, it's
Wow.
250 agencies. Plus, like, rural judgeships and everything else. I mean, it's, I think it's more like 700 appointments a year. It's incredible.
And this is for August 9th and 10th.
Yes.
I did add that to my calendar earlier, but it's.
No. Well, in case, this is my last
Yeah,
meeting.
you added it to your calendar way earlier.
I wanted to be on time.
Well, Lynn, that explains why those little caps on the ballpoint pen yesterday.
I couldn't pick pen either, I didn't know what was wrong with it. I tried.
I don't like those pens. Because I was like,
I know. Well, at first I thought it was a thing you're running
Yeah.
with.
Nobody ever,
Can we entertain a motion?
candidated last week.
But.
I have a motion to adjourn, do I have a second?
And I would like to say thank you for the flowers, they're beautiful, and just, we gotta go back and look at.
Yeah.
They were gorgeous, I've enjoyed my 5 years here, and if I get to come back, I'll enjoy some more.
there you go.
Well, yeah, I heard you say that. Any questions?
Doing that second, that's not the second.
All in favor?
Uh,
I think we're for some more storms, so it's just like they're trying to beat it out.
Let me pass out your
It's
card.
supposed to rain like the next 6 months.
Oh,